Lord. Good evening. This was last minute, y'all. Let me get the right background on there. Let me know if you can hear me in the chat. I've never been to band camp. I'm not in a band competition. So what are we supposed to be looking at? Are we going to be voting on the formations? Are we going to be voting on, what are we going to vote on? I mean, I'm biased, so of course, obviously, I'm going to say that the Sonic Boom of the South is the winner, without a doubt. So, with that being said, I think that we can have a conversation on who has the best formation, who has okay, Amber's got it. Marching drills, balance of sound, not top heavy, dance breakdown. If there's any girl dance futures, you probably want to have vote on dancers, song selection, marching formations, drum majors. Okay, let me put a star by these. Cool. Oh, I guess I can show you what it looks like. The Celebration Bowl is set. She said the ESPN vote is suspect. Do you feel like they have the correct bands competing in this competition? Or do you think that there should have been another band placed into this competition besides the ones that are already competing? So let me get those for you. All right. So I'll tell you what they determined. So we have Florida Memorial, the Roar Marching Band, and Virginia State Trojan Explosion Marching Band. And then we have North Carolina A&T Blue and Gold Marching Machine. And, of course, the Sonic Boom of the South Marching Band. So, looks like they chose one band from different conferences. North Carolina A&T feels suspect. I think they didn't want two SWAC bands. Oh, okay. So I could see that they were trying to level it out. But folks are saying, do you really want to see? Because if we're going to go off of SWAC bands, then obviously you're going to go with Southern versus Jackson State. Do we really want to see Southern get their head beat in for the third time this year? Because isn't that what happened? Like, didn't they end up They had the battle of the. They actually had another boom. They had Boombox Classic #1 at Mumford, and then I don't even know how that works. That you ask for a do over. And they were like, no, 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 we need a do over. We need a do over. So they were like, okay, cool. We'll give you a do over. That's fine. So then they had Boombox Classic 2.0, and they got smacked across the forehead again. Uh-oh. Let's tune in, y'all. Oh wait. I gotta mute that part because they're playing Drake. What kind of coin flip are they doing? It's a competition. Okay, this is Florida Memorial, and oh, there's Dr. Little. What's going on? Okay, they did some type of coin flip. Okay, they're doing a coin flip to determine who is going to perform first. And because of the music, of course, I have to mute it because I don't want them to turn it off. So they just did a coin flip in the middle of the field. Bands throw hands. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Not throwing hands. Listen, we are not going to be throwing hands on ESPN, y'all. We gotta act like we. Yeah, Dr. Little, he's so cool with it. He's so smooth with it. He just bands throw hands. Listen, we cannot be throwing hands on these white folks network. This is not that kind of party. I mean, I wasn't gonna say it, but we've been eating, folks, for lunch, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The acoustics inside the stadium is gonna kind of throw the sound off. Okay. We're not sure if there's going to be any stand battles. That's a good question. Are they going to do stand battles? So let's go ahead and talk about it. We have Florida Memorial, the Roar Marching Band versus Virginia State Trojan Explosion Marching Band. The 2023 Band of the Year performances will bring a new level of excitement for marching band fans. Competing bands will be judged in the category of general effect, with a requirement to design their performances to play to both sides of the house. The goal is to ensure that each band plays to all fans. Every person will experience the best that each performance has to offer, regardless of where you purchased your seat. Each director has accepted this opportunity to entertain all fans. We can't wait to see their championship level executions. So that's going to be interesting to see. I will say this. There are not that many band or fans in the stands. I absolutely agree. Like, and we don't necessarily know who is putting together the ESPN Band of the Year situation, but I would have definitely had that thing staggered. We would have, it would have been kind of like how they do boxing fights, boxing matches. Um, so they would have invited some high school bands, the top high school bands out of Georgia. Like if you're gonna do this thing up, then you have to really do it up. But I'm guessing that they maybe they were helping with the travel of all of the bands. And yeah, this timing is absolutely terrible. To do it at 5 o'clock, well, it's 6 o'clock, but you're in Atlanta, 6 o'clock traffic. So if you're going to do this, you should do it, I agree, Sunday. Or you got to allow people at least 3 hours to get to the stadium. So you would have had to start at 8, 8 and end at like 11:30. So there's a lot of logistics that they're going to have to look at if they plan on doing it again. Um, because that's not. I mean, people are just now getting off work. Kids just now really getting out of school, sitting at home. Um, Traffic is abysmal in Atlanta during between like 4 and 6. Terrible. Um, why do you say they should have moved it to January? Friday night Battle of the Bands happens all the time. Who is coordinating this event? Um, but I thought that the Battle of the Bands that you're talking about, that it starts at like 8. It starts at like 8 o'clock, and then each. Let's go over. Let's see what else they have on here concerning the Battle of the Bands that I could see what they're. So we are. They probably won't be judging it to people's liking, just based on how everything. Let's go ahead and look at the rankings that they had, and then. Okay, so basically, here is the ranking for Division 1. This was in November. It was Jackson State, Prairie View A&M, North Carolina A&T, Tennessee State, Southern, Florida A&M, Norfolk State, Texas Southern, South Carolina State, and Grambling. Those were the top bands, top 10 bands. And then Division 2 and NAIA, they had Savannah State, Virginia State, Florida Memorial, Winston-Salem State, Tuskegee, Central State, Morehouse, Kentucky State, Miles, and Benedict. That was on November 20th. So, and they had auxiliaries rankings, drum major rankings, percussion rankings, musicality rankings, and picture drill design rankings. I don't know. Some of this stuff looks suspect on here. It looked like somebody just pulled something out. So right now nothing's happening. It just says your event will start shortly. Okay. They should be cranking right now.
It's never been done before. The Band of the Year competition as a part of the Cricket Celebration Bowl weekend from Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia. 4 bands competed and made it to this point throughout the season. We saw a number of bands, the band directors here walking on to the field, ready for the coin toss. All of the preparation that has led up to this moment. 2 bands out of Division 2, two bands out of Division One. North Carolina A&T's marching blue and gold marching machine. How about the sonic boom of the South out of Jackson, Mississippi from Division One? And we'll tell you about Virginia State's Trojan Explosion and the Florida Memorial Roar as we
If
send
they
it
don't have a
to the
stand
stage.
battle, they have to add
Thank
one
you,
of
Tiff.
those.
John, the show is all yours right now with this coin toss.
And ladies and fans, tonight is the inaugural Band of the Year National Championship. This coin represents the coin that will be used to determine the order of performance. This is tails, and this side represents heads. Who would like Division Two will go first? Florida Memorial will toss the coin. Okay. It is tails. Florida Memorial has elected to go second.
Ooh.
Now we have the Division One.
I think they're at the top, you guys. They're at level two, the 200 level.
It is heads. Okay. Division One. North Carolina A&T has won the toss and has chosen to go second.
Oh!
Jackson State will be third. Gentlemen, congratulations, and we look forward to an outstanding performance. Thank you.
I don't think Flomo had uniforms. Well, somebody should have donated to get them some uniforms now. But maybe they'll be able to get uniforms after this performance if they win.
Well, this was the scene yesterday inside the stadium. The marching bands taking the field for practice, preparing for tonight's big performance. The blue and gold marching machine of North Carolina A&T out of Greensboro, North Carolina. And how about Florida Memorial? The Roar. What a great job they have done out of Miami Gardens, Florida. Who's that there? The sonic boom of the South and Jackson State University coming from the capital city of Mississippi. Getting ready to go as we are all set and welcome you inside with Jay Walker. I'm Tiffany Green. You heard from Quick Kesnick down on the field. We'll hear from him throughout this telecast. And Jay, this is a special moment.
We might have wanted to hear what Jay had to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, SRG recording artist, Mr. Mike Phillips.
Oh, look, it says HBCU. Why not us? That's cute.
Well, that was jazz saxophonist Mike Phillips. Before we get to the band of the year, he's trying to be in the running for the saxophonist of the year.
I'm tired. I feel like I was holding my breath the whole time he carried that note there, but wonderful performance. What a kickoff start.
Outstanding. Although they would say it in the church that he was carrying zone. He was carrying zone. All right, let's take a look at the Division One ranks, and this is how it all shaked out at the end of the season. North Carolina A&T and Jackson State advancing, beating out some very tough teams here.
I just want to know why they got Jackson State ranked second.
Those legendary bands that's there, but they had a team of judges that got together and ranked these guys through a number of categories, which we'll discuss later on. But the scenes you see in Division One, those are like the big boys when we talk about the larger schools there. Jackson State out of the SWAC, North Carolina A&T representing the CAA, long-term to me at.
We'll check out the Trojan Explosion out of Virginia State. They're the second-ranked band out of Division II in NAIA. Florida Memorial coming in at the top spot. Now, they were ranked throughout the season. September, October, and November, we saw different movement within the poll, and this is how it ended up.
Yeah, the surprise story, Florida Memorial. I mean, this is a school that only had brought football back a couple years ago, and I think when they started the football program, then that kind of engaged the band to step up their game, and they were rewarded by making it here to the Band of the Year competition finals.
And what a treat it is. And for more on what it took to get to this point, let's send it back down the queue.
Thanks, Tip. Jay, you mentioned that about Florida Memorial. This is really
And who is this man?
Band members having established the band back in 2020. And yesterday,
Who is this
listening
man?
to them practice, while they're not the largest, they're not as big as, like, say, a Jackson State at the D1 level, their sound quality is exceptional. Their competition today, Virginia State, one thing you'll notice about Virginia State, the Essence of Troy dancers, they're something else. Now, in terms of D1, North Carolina A&T, I had a chance yesterday to walk through their practice with their 41 drums. I mean, that percussion section is off the charts cool.
I'm a
And then you have
behavior.
Jackson State, big synchronicity, 300 members, 24 tubas, overwhelming sound, overwhelming orchestration, but the high stepping always gets me. If you're watching this at
The
home, on the
high
couch, we gotta
stepping
get you going with
gets
the high
you.
stepping for Jackson State.
What's the high stepping?
One of the things that we talk about, size does
Knees
matter,
to
right?
chest.
We talk about it, but in this case here, musicality also matters. Florida Memorial, they're strong with just 116, but look at the numbers at Jackson State University. 3 bills.
Damn, Dr.
You don't
Little,
even see
you
that on
ain't
the
have to
scale,
do that.
let alone the size of a band. That lets you know they're one of the loudest bands in the country, as we've known and we've seen week in and week out.
Well, Jay, Q was talking about, too, that high stepping. I want to see his high knees before the end of this telecast because, I mean, it takes some, you got to raise them high.
Look, you try to get your knee up there.
I'm trying to get my knee. I don't know.
Look, for those that don't know, Tiffany wanted to be part of the band at Florida A&M, so you got all the routines and all the shimmies and all that stuff there. So we'll see all that, and I can't wait to see a lot more of it here. But it's really going to be a fantastic event. Virginia State, they're hot. They've been
That's a
hot
part of
with the football team
HBCU
this year as
culture,
well, so
but
they're
this
doing
is
a good
what
job
happens when you got
representing.
folks trying to
And the Aggies,
co-op.
as Q said, the one thing you hear about in the HBCU landscape is the drum line from North Carolina A&T.
Well, the drum line also important in percussion and the musicality and the performance, the drill and design. All of that plays a part into what judges care about here tonight. And why not us, HBCU athletics? How about this has been a wonderful series that started some years back, and Anscape, an ESPN Plus original, and really highlighting all the great things that are happening on the different fields of play within historically black colleges and universities.
Jackson State rivalry go back many years.
It's evolved into its own classic game. Now there's the Boombox Classic. It's the Sonic Boom versus the Human Jukebox.
This is a really big thing. You got the two premier SWAC schools. They in the East, we in the West.
I came from Houston. Came back from Houston to be here.
It makes this phenomenal atmosphere. It's almost better than homecoming.
Now on ESPN Plus,
everybody wants to be a part of something bigger. And everybody wants to say they helped make something better. We're gonna need a new office for all the trophies we're starting to get.
We're here at Pebble Beach for the Bison at the Beach fundraiser tournament.
Man who helps make it happen for Howard Golf, Stephen Curry.
Becoming the premier golf program in the country. That is a real goal. It's an attainable goal, and we are on that path. No matter how long it takes, we're never going to lose that spirit.
Putting your money where your mouth is, Stephen Curry, and pouring into that Howard University golf program, and just the investment that we have seen across the board supporting HBCUs throughout.
And paying dividends. You want a return on investment. That Howard golf team is much acclaimed golf program out there. Won the HBCU National Championship and one of the elite golf programs in the country. Good job to Steph Curry.
Oh, you talk about Howard University. Hey, they're going to be playing for an HBCU National Championship tomorrow here in the stadium against the SWAC champion Florida A&M Rattlers. And Jay, this has been an exciting build-up to this game because Florida A&M, the preseason favorite out of the SWAC, they took care of business, but so did Howard University out of the MEAC.
Absolutely. I think both teams have to take it all in and be congratulated for a fantastic season. Different patterns are getting here. Talk about Florida A&M. They came in with the star power. Jeremy Musa was expected to be the player of the year. He was. Isaiah Major can be the same, said for him. And Willie Simmons, we know what a fantastic coach he's been. So they've got all the tools there. They're the number one ranked team in HBCU football for a reason. And most people think they're the ones that are the team to beat. However, you ask me, how are you going to beat Florida A&M? Well, if you're Howard University, it starts with your quarterback play. And if they can get some great quarterback play from Quinn Williams, who's a veteran, who's been around the school for 6 years, if he can play good football, then Howard University has a chance to match up with them. One of the few teams I would say can match the physical nature that Florida A&M brings to the table. But Williams throws a really nice deep ball. If they can protect them from that D line, then the Howard Bison have a chance of pulling off the upset.
Now, partner, you know a thing or two about quarterbacking a championship football team, and
I know a lot about that.
1993 going undefeated with the Howard University Bison. The last time they played here was back in 1996 in the Heritage Bowl when they took care of business as well. So that is something that I can't wait for, and I'll be clear, you'll be clear. I'm a graduate of Florida A&M University. You're a graduate of Howard University. So we got that out the way.
Yes.
All right.
I'm Howard. She's fan.
Yeah.
Howard fan.
It's all good. And since you know a little something about FAMU, I do too.
Oh, y'all want to watch that part? I was getting ready to bring breaking news. Jackson State commit. Y'all let me know. Do y'all want to watch that? It's about Jake Gaither. We can watch that.
Well, you're not getting in. The winning came easy. What thrills? Greatness abounds on the highest of 7 hills. Bullet Bob showed speed kills as the world's fastest human. Newt, Riley, and Gallimore, all worthy of inclusion. I got the bug through generations.
That's what I thought. Anyway, breaking news. This is breaking from SheLovesThee podcast. We have a commit that just posted on Twitter less than 1 minute ago. Cameron Vaughn just committed to the Jackson State University. It says he's committing from Orlando, Florida. It looks like this is another offensive lineman. Like, that's Coach J.O. Coach J.O. does not play any games. Like, I'm getting ready to copy his status in the chat. Make sure you go ahead and go to Twitter, retweet, say congratulations, welcome to the team. And then I'm just going to read a little bit about Cameron Vaughn. Cameron Vaughn is a transfer from Northwestern State University. Let's see if I can get some of his stats going. Okay, let me tell you where he has offers from. He had an offer from Illinois State, Valley, North Carolina A&T, Hampton University. I had some offers out here. Some of these schools I don't know their. He got an offer from Alabama State University, Rhode Island University, University of Maine, Alabama A&M, Texas A&M Commerce University, and so he just committed. And we can go ahead since let me check and see. Okay, so they're still talking. Oh wait. Yeah, they're still talking noise. So I'm going to see if I can find out anything about him at Northwestern. But he went into the portal on November 7th, and he's gotten a ton of offers, and we were able to get him. So this is exciting. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to keep up with all these commits. All right, let's go back to the Battle of the Bands.
About and they produced some great alumni talking. Reggie Lewis went there, folks of that nature. So there's more to it. And, the word on the street is as they continue to grow, might they become a member of the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference? Some people say they would be the next best thing, but that's what you get those type of accolades when you're hot.
And here come the Trojan explosion. Let's watch it.
All right. While we get ready to set up for the first game, let me find out who are here representing the Trojan explosion. Make some noise. I don't know. I ain't feeling it too much. What you think?
I don't know what you're talking about, but all I know is I want one of these uniforms. Baby, they looking good. It's like, who styled y'all? This what the band giving? Oh, I need to go on back to school right quick. Baby, they say.
All right. Well, listen, y'all. They are about to put on a show that's going to blow your mind, all right? So, Virginia State, make some noise one time. Okay, so all y'all over here, they ain't saying nothing, no. Is it me? Sit down and we gonna try it one more time. Sit down, take your seat. Take your seat. Now, if you out here representing the Trojan explosion, make some noise. All right, we gonna get better through the night.
I think they ready. I think they gonna set the tone for the night. What they say, if you ain't first, you last. Baby, we gonna start this thing off right. We got Virginia in the house tonight. We gonna start this thing off right. Virginia State is in the house tonight.
Mercedes-Benz Stadium, make some noise for the marching Trojan explosion band. To the band fans in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium and millions more at home, the Virginia State University Trojan explosion is present and accounted for and ready to own this dome. Make some noise. From Petersburg, Virginia, I present to you none other than the best marching band in the CIAA. The Virginia State University Marching Trojan Explosion Band. Now prepare for Malvini fanfare. Give it up for the explosion! Baby Live by Michael Jackson sets the tone for our Trojan explosion as they perform their persistent drill routines. At Enfield, our featured trumpets, Troy Elegance and Troy Esquire. Now at midfield, our percussion section, drum fire. We came all the way to the ATL to turn it up, side down. Troy Elegance and Troy Esquire. Make some noise for the explosion. You are about to be blown away by the lovely ladies of Essex of Troy. Performing to work by Vivian Green. That's right, give it up for the ladies of Essex of Troy. When the explosion band is in the building, expect the show to never stop. However, sometimes you have to slow things down. With class, style, poise, and grace, the Saxon Divas will now delight your eyes as we now play for your listening pleasure. Floetries, say yes. Sing along if you hear no word. Turn it up, baby. Make some noise for the Saxon Divas. Let's get it up. Turn it up. As we round and play your favorite dance moves. Let's go, folks. Hey. Come on, let's go, baby. Let us know your mind. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Take it into the let's go. Hey. What you want to say? Hey. Talk like it's hot. Hey. Let's work. One more time. We look fly. We look good. Hey. We're not there. Let's go, baby. No. Hey, to the world, to the world. Hey. Yeah. Make some noise for the church people. Once again, all the way from the big state of The total explosion. The Bottle Show. Let's go, Trojans. We would like to thank the sponsorship for your invitation to the 2023 Band of the Year. One more time, turn it up, explosion. The tonight. Let's go, let's go! The Trojan Explode would like to thank you for your participation and your appreciation. And we look forward to seeing you again on that replay where music is the source that soothes the soul. Thank you. All right. Y'all give it up one more time for the Trojan Explosion.
Well, that's a way to kick off the first quarter of the Band of the Year competition, the Trojan Explosion. And Jay, we were sitting up here vibing. They were an excellent band. You see how they got here.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, they're a pretty good band. You know, what stood out to me, you see a lot of bands, a lot of music, but take a look here. This part of the band attracts your attention. The flag girl stood out. The use of the bright colors. If you're going to have orange as one of your main colors, why not showcase it? Those flag girls were on point.
And then, come on, check this out, right? The drum majors, they got to get it. They are a big part of the showmanship of the band. And check the bend back, because you know it's coming when that
lean back.
Oh, it touches nearly the field, and that is what the logo looks like. And Quint, you're down on the field. Give us your take, my man.
Well, I'm joined by one of the biggest bass drum that's not on wheels, held by Jonathan. How'd it go, Jonathan?
Pretty well. I feel like the performance went good overall. You know, we played our role, and I feel like we're gonna take the ring home and the trophy.
What makes you that confident?
I feel like that we just put in the practice and the effort and the time, and that nobody else shows is really compared to ours.
How much does this drum weigh?
Not sure, but it's a lot.
Give a guess. Give a guess here.
I would say 40 pounds.
40 pounds. Wow, 40 pounds. That is something else. What do you think is the best aspect of the Trojan Explosion?
Just our chemistry that we have together as a family. You know, we're really a family. In practice, we may argue and things like that, but we really come together and put together a show.
Great job, Jonathan. Thank you. Tiff.
And a show they did. What were we going to say, Jay?
I'm saying, hey, Q, you know what? That thing weighs 40 pounds, and he has to be able to wiggle with it. It's not like you just stand stationary. You're going to be part of the HBCU band. You got to swing that thing from left to right.
Yeah, I saw the percussion section. Check out the Trojan. And when you walk onto the field, you want to make an entrance, a statement, and there were so many different elements of the band. You mentioned the Satin Divas, the Troy Elegance, and the Troy Esquire, the essence of Troy, the drum majors. It was just like a complete show.
Yeah, they took command of it. You know, this is one of the few bands I have not seen in years. I saw them years ago when they were at Bowie State for a game once, but that's a good band.
They spelled out ATL.
Clearly, when you see that, you know, that's what I like to see. If you're going to spell something out, I don't want to guess what you're trying to say. We knew what that writing said. It said ATL, like we're in Atlanta. Good job of rendition of Michael Jackson's Baby Be Mine was really good. And they took the field with smoke, like they were shooting muskets, and the smoke came and filled the air. Really impressive band.
Jay, they even slowed it down a little bit with Floetry's Say Yes to put you in a different type of mood to be able to show off the Satin Divas and their choreography and chemistry, and it has shown on the field throughout.
I mean, I'm just going back to, this is a band that's got less than 200 people in it, and they rock the house. This is a big stadium. They sounded clear. The formations were on point. They kept you interested and entertained. And hey, Division II, their fans knew. They knew the band, the Trojan Explosion, was in the house.
I love her expression, like, come on with it, come on with it. And there's also a financial benefit for each of these bands making it to the stage.
And that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. This is an event here that people want to see, the showcase. What a great opening act. I'm still like, that band was really good. That band was really good. But at this stage, if you make it to the band of the year, we expect you to be really good. So they had to start off the show, and now they're putting the pressure on the boys from the Sunshine State, Florida Memorial.
The Roar will be coming up next, but just a reminder to our viewers that, look, judges, there's going to be 12 of them in total, plus a celebrity judge and D. Mile, a Grammy Award-winning producer. So now you speak of the Roar. Florida Memorial's Roar is on the field. They are ready to take the field under the direction of Richard Beckford. They're standing by. The uniformity that you have to have, like the drum majors have to be in sync. And reminder, Jay, you talked about the size. This is the smallest band that's competing tonight.
Yeah, that's why I'm intrigued by him as well. And, you know, another thing I like, too, that I'm looking for, I need to have your hype man hype me up. You know, when he's saying your name out there, the Roar, this and that, that's got to send, like, chills through you. You see that only 116, but VSU at 120. Wow. They only had 120. That seemed like they had about 180, 190. But we're going to see what these guys do. And if you're going to be a band from Florida, I do need to see a little tribute to some Florida music. One of those Florida artists, one of them rappers, we got to hear one of their songs.
All right, Q's working hard on the field. What you got, man?
Well, this is the Florida Memorial Group. They're marching on right now. Malik Rhodes is their head drum major. He's the guy with the headband on. That is the highest student leadership position in this group. Again, this band is not going to be as large as North Carolina A&T or Jackson State, but their sound will differentiate themselves as Malik and his comrades take the field.
Well, you think about the head drum major, it's like a captain of a football team, and so they follow his lead, and that's one of the hardest positions to acquire on any HBCU campus. You get looked at as like a big-time person on campus if you're the head drum major.
I mean, take a look at the school profile there. 1,000 kids go to Florida Memorial. I've been to the campus there, growing university, and Miami Gardens there. But think about what this means for them. You don't see Florida Memorial on national stages too often. Right now, this is a national stage for them. You know, these kids have to love this experience, what they're going to go through, and I want to see if they bring it.
116 out of 1,000 students, plus about 10%, just over that, right? Yeah. I mean, Jay, so, but you think too, and you heard Q talk about it earlier, just how quickly they formulated this band. They built it over the pandemic essentially and got the buy-in, and now the band culture has been established and will continue to grow down there in South Florida. Florida Memorial Band Director Richard Beckford is ready to go. You see,
band director talking trash.
He's like, I don't need a hype man. I'm gonna start it out right now.
They have a certain swag about them, don't they? And I'm gonna tell you, they shined up those sousaphones. I mean, when you look at their tuba sousaphones, those things look like they're made of chrome. They are sparkling. Look at that. You see that there?
Gotta have them moving together, you know what I'm saying? That shine. Our second quarter is just about to begin with the Florida Memorial Roar. They'll have 15 minutes to perform within the quarter. So you got to make sure that you are within your time. It's something that the judges will take into consideration in addition to what they're judging. Obviously, musicality, pictures, drill and design, percussion, auxiliaries, drum majors, and then the general effect. How do you move the crowd? Well, let's see what the Roar can do.
And I still got a little bit. Okay, I'm ready. Okay, I can still do it now. Okay, so the fact that they have
Wait a minute. She set the tone for Florida Memorial. You said you need to see a little tribute to Florida. She did look. She dropped it low real quick.
You gotta see some Florida if you're gonna be a band for Florida. Do something unique that you can bring to the table that not everybody else can. So
And look,
I
this
like
is
that.
the in-game announcer. Come on,
Look
drop
at
it.
that.
The bees
She could be in the band. I see it, Hella Brown.
Ow, ow, yeah.
I like that shirt though. I told you right where that T-shirt is. It's got some fashion.
Oh, sometimes you gotta hit him with the shoulder. Come on, hit him with the shoulder. Okay, you know, we gotta keep the party going. If you wanna keep the party going,
Please tell me they're not playing Sexy Red. Please tell me they're not.
There we go.
I'll
I'll take the 5 cheers. It's cool. My self-esteem ain't. Best friends.
Who is doing this? Who is doing this?
They ain't even started dancing yet. And
Who's playing that music?
already dripped. Okay. It's the cutout on the legs. Oh,
No, they was playing Sexy Red first.
It's the fact that this is what I love about HBCU.
And this is just as bad.
The band don't play with you. I can go up in front of any of these drum majors and start like pop locking, and they don't break character. All right, let me try it out.
Yeah, they don't
All
understand
right,
what
fans, at this time, it's time to introduce and bring to the field. Get on your feet, dressed out in orange hats, blue tops, and blue bottoms. Welcome to the field, the Florida Memorial University Marching Band, the Roar.
Oh, their sound is terrible. John, if you want to talk, you got to connect your device. And right now it says you're not connected.
That's why I'm so excited. Florida Memorial University.
All right. Make some noise for Florida University. Thank you, Atlanta. Who is Florida Memorial University? Founded in 1879 in Blackfoot, Florida.
You should
Presently
know
in
this
Miami
by
Gardens,
heart.
Florida, since 1968. Florida Memorial University provides local students and those from other states and countries the opportunity to experience the HBCU culture in South Florida. In 2020, Dr. Japhus Hedrick, president of Florida Memorial University, had a vision to not only reinstate football on campus after a 62-year hiatus, but also have a marching band that would be the soul of the university community. Dr. Hedrick sought out Dr. Richard Beckford, a former student of the legendary Dr. William P. Foster. In a little over 4 years, this vision has become a reality and so much more. Atlanta, all the way from Miami Gardens, Florida, please welcome the Florida Memorial University Roar Marching Band.
Y'all get y'all pom-poms ready.
The most known unknown, the pride of the 305, the soul of South Florida.
Not the Lion King. Okay.
Sit back and relax on a multi-trip, a methodical kaleidoscope of precision drill shapes and imagery, featuring the sounds of Earth, Wind, and Fire, and Fall in Love with Me.
This musical drill is conducted by Assistant Director of Bands, Mr. Brian Snell.
Uh-oh, we got Aggie Pride in here. Aggie Pride want to show their face. That wasn't the Lion King, Circle of Life? Was it? I thought it was I don't know what. They do sound good.
On the sideline performing now is our percussion section, also known as the Suicide Squad.
Ashton, you being messy. ESPN Plus. ESPN Plus.
And the beat goes on with the sounds of Stevie Wonder's For Once in My Life, featuring the big boys and girls, the Sousaphone section.
You see him, Whitley, being messy. Now is not the time. They're gonna have to clear this right here.
And now it's time for the sultry, the fantastic.
What grade do you give the drilling?
Directed
Type
by
in the
Chantel
chat. How was the drilling?
Flag Corps, directed by Jabari Hughes. And baton twirler Faith Collins, performance to Who Runs the World? Who Runs the World? Ladies, make some noise! The Roar has one question for you. Give it up for the Lionesses, Fierce Flag Corps, Faith Collins. On the podium, wielding the baton is our visionary arranger and director of bands, Dr. Richard Beckford. Atlanta, please sit back and relax and enjoy this former #1 hit. The year is 1993. The artist, Whitney Houston. The song, I Have Nothing.
Ooh, I love that song. There we go.
Dr. Richard Beckford. And the FMU Roar.
I got some fans here too.
ATL, we didn't come to play with you. You know we got to bring that 305 to the sweet Georgia State. Let's go. We just want to rock. We just want to rock. We just want to. In the
famous words of the bad Dade County Trick Daddy. The Roar loves the kids. Sexy Red, Victoria Monet, Quavo, Rick Ross, and more. Atlanta, it's time to get down. Hold up, John Majors. Uh-oh. Don't get the chair. Don't get the chair. Oh! Florida. M. Memorial. U. University. You know the 305 is in the building when you got some peanut butter and jelly. Not bad for a 4-year-old. Give it up for Florida Memorial University Roar Marching Band. Under the direction of Dr. Richard Beckford, Assistant Director Brian Snell, Director of Woodwinds, Tyron Holloway and Gabrielle Florentine, Director of Trumpets, Gladstone Edwards, Director of Percussion, Taurus Lovely and Gertie Chevallon, Director of Flag, Shabari Hughes, Director of Lionesses, Shatangela Patton, Logistics Coordinator, Taryn Hudson, Administrative Assistant, Ebony Moore, Director of Media Marketing, Brandy Mitchell, and the voice, Edward Sylvain. Thank you, Atlanta!
The mighty roar out of Florida Memorial, small but mighty, and they know it. The fans in here, they brought some with them from 305, and they represented exceptionally well.
A good band. We knew to make it this far, they were going to have to be very good. They checked a lot of the boxes, which is what doesn't matter about the size. So here's some of the things that they had. It all starts with leadership at the top. We saw the swagger when they took the field, how they paid attention to their leader. I'll talk about the bling. Look how shiny everything was that they had. All their instruments were shiny, almost blinding to a certain extent. And then they did a really good job of using, they call them the lion essence. So they did a really good job. They were part of the performance all throughout. And then they gave you a little skit. Wait a minute, where are we? Are we in Montgomery, Alabama?
On a culture!
We are in Atlanta, gave you a little skit. Little entertaining there that got an arousal out of the crowd here. They did a good job. But then how about this, Tim? How about the penmanship? We talked about this. I need to know what you're spelling. Oh, guess what the name of this school is right here? F. M. U. Clear as day right there. I give you points for your accurate penmanship there.
Well done as we send it down the queue.
That was epic. That was so much fun. That was so much fun. This is Brian Snell, one of the tuba players. First of all, congratulations. You warned me about the sound. You were right. That was awesome.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it, man. We pride ourselves in the sound. Got to take, give all praises to Dr. Richard Bedford. He's an architect of our sound. He's an architect of our arrangements, and we're just following suit.
You gotta connect your device.
How do you put it together in such a short period of time?
Just focus, hard.
Before
hard
Jackson State starts.
Day in, day out, these students, they believe in us, they bought in, and they've been putting in the hours, they've been putting in the work, and we've just been following Dr. Bedford's blueprint.
You're famous around these parts. Your picture's actually up there on the wall. You are the Michael Jordan, so to speak, of this event in terms of you being from Drumline. You're the logo for this event.
Yeah, it's kind of surreal. I've been kind of trying not to focus on it so much, just trying to be focused on the task at hand and, the vision of getting through the show. But now we got it behind us, now I can kind of bask in it. It is kind of cool.
Congratulations. It's about your kids. I want to talk to this. Who sparkled this tuba up? It's beautiful. It's shining. I need sunglasses to look at your tuba.
A bunch of polish and stuff like that.
Hey, that was something else. How would you best describe your sound?
The sound, especially the sousaphone sound, it mimics the roar in terms of decibels and things of that nature. The deep, rich sound, it's something that's going to wake up everybody that listens, and that describes the sound of the roar. Nice, dark, deep, and round.
In your gut, do you think you guys won?
In our gut, I think that we won. I think that, if anything, we let the world know who Florida Memorial University is.
You did. Congratulations and thank you.
Absolutely.
Excellent work, Q.
They let know.
Wonderful interviews, yeah. I mean, he was like describing that sousaphone and the sound of the sousaphone like I would describe my wine.
Yeah, and I gave Q a little warning earlier. I said they're not tubas, Q, they're sousaphones, and my man jumped on it right away to let him know.
A look back, when they walked onto the field, you talked about the attitude that you have to have coming on, the pride of 305, the soul of South Florida.
And we knew their musicality was going to be really good because, Q kind of warned us about that they sound really good. They played two songs, like, perfectly. Stevie Wonder, Once in My Life, had me going, and then I thought you were about to cry when they broke down Whitney Houston, I Have Nothing, to perfection. Saw one or two orange hats on the field that came off. Don't know how much the judges are looking for that, but it was a great performance. And also, Tiff, one of the highlights I like, and I know you can appreciate this, they had piccolos.
Yes.
And the piccolos took over at the end of that Whitney Houston song.
The strong piccolo sound, the flutes coming together. You talked about the musicality, but I also appreciated the formations, the precision that they had on the field, getting in and out of different sets. And then you heard the Lion King to open it up. How fitting was that, right? The roar, you hear about it, you think of a lion, something big and strong and mighty, and then they did Lion King open to set the tone here. Remember, coming up, we got so much more. The Vision 2 is done, and now ATL's own Jermaine Dupri will DJ the halftime coming up. Man, so many bangers out of this Grammy Award-winning producer, Hall of Fame songwriter.
Outdoors on this Saturday, December 16th.
Is that Dallas Austin up there too? J. Woo. Star-studded. He
I had to mute that for a second. I'm just going to share this real quick. I'll turn it back on depending on what type of music he plays. But ESPN just doesn't get it, I don't think. For HBCU bands, we don't need for somebody to come as a DJ and bring in music. Like, we want cranking to take place at this point in time. Cranking. You're supposed to be going back and forth a little bit, I don't actually. So this particular live, it is not monetized, obviously. But I don't know if whatever he's playing, they might just flag the whole live and say, look, she's over here playing music from, that they don't own. So if there's any band heads in the chat, I just dropped my StreamYard so we can talk about you know, the two, Florida Memorial and Virginia State. I'm not necessarily a band head, but I am HBCU culture through and through. And so those are things that I don't necessarily agree with, when it comes to, I want to say it's kind of like when they try to mix HBCU culture and Black culture together. It's like totally different. And so they're having a halftime. Okay, how you doing? Is it Sanaya or Sanaya? I can't hear you. You have to unmute your mic. You have to unmute your mic. And then if you want to come up here, you have to actually connect your device. It says you're not connected for some reason. So I feel like Florida Memorial won by a landslide. I loved their introduction. I do think that, I guess somebody said that they're a fairly new band and they're fairly small, but I think they held their own. And they were loud. So all I'm thinking about is if it was only 116 of them and Sonic Boom of the South has 300, it's going to be ridiculously loud. Ridiculously loud. Like, you're going to need some earmuffs. It says, from what I was told, there will be a stand battle after all the field shows are completed. I don't know how many rounds exactly, but it's supposed to be one. Okay. Well, that's good that they are having those field shows. Anybody that is wanting to tune in on their TV, if you can't hear it very well, I'm getting ready to drop the ESPN Plus. So if you have ESPN Plus, you are able to view it on your TV. I would definitely, even if you are just in the chat, yes, can I call in? So if you would like to get up here and talk, I'm gonna just drop the StreamYard. So I don't and please come up and share your thoughts on the drills, the formations, the flag dancers, and talk about percussion, woodwinds. We can even talk about the drum majors. Yes, and I totally agree. This commercialization of HBCU band culture, it's disgusting. Like, I don't like it because I even saw a little bit, which some people said that it they were okay with it, but at the Bayou Classic, when they had performers like Fantasia, and I can't remember who the other one was, but like, part of the band is, the crowd singing the words. So the band is playing and the crowd is singing. You don't necessarily need the artist there. I think it messes it up. I don't like it. What channel on ESPN Plus? I just dropped the link to it. It's not a channel. Like, if you click on ESPN Plus, you can, it should be like one of the very few ones. It'll just say ESPN Battle of the Band, Band of the Year competition. And that's one thing, I'm not trying to brag on Jackson State, but when we were playing Can We Talk, or when the band was playing Can We Talk, the whole stadium was singing it, and that was at the MEAC SWAC challenge, and it was at the game with Alcorn, because those are the two ones that I was at. But you didn't need for the actual artist to be there. I don't know what. Hey, how you doing? Not the parody. I don't know. Can you hear me? Hello. We got the snakes. We got the snakes on a plane in here. Mr. Parody Rattler, my arch nemesis.
What's up, Auntie?
So, Florida Memorial, I didn't know that they were better than the Marching 100.
No, I just came on here to say one thing. The best band is in Atlanta. The best band in Atlanta, but y'all won't see them until tomorrow.
And every day, almost 6-7 hours a day, is what it's
That's
all
what
about.
you came up here to say?
Game time. Thank you.
That's all I want to say.
Oh, all right. Talk to you later.
And
All
like
right.
the feel that they have coming on. He said, I'm gonna just let us show you what we're gonna do, what we're all about. We want to come out here and dominate.
Hearing that term dominate, as soon as he said dominate, what have we been talking about Jack State the past 2 years prior to this season?
No, Coach Prime.
Coach Prime, and that was the one attitude he brought out there. We tell us every week, we must dominate. Winning wasn't enough. They want to dominate and see that carried over into the band as well.
When you think about 75% of these students on scholarships, hey. Wait a minute, I got to go into this. What you know about this? What you know about that?
Ashton, nobody was thinking about FAMU at all. We were never thinking about FAMU. FAMU came on this live between North Carolina A&T and Jackson State and had to make an announcement. Tiger Nation, we need to see some blue and white hearts. If you got your pom-poms, get them ready. But, yeah. Let me see if you do it.
Of its regional. I'll tell you one thing they're not listening to is pop music. A lot of the athletes right now, they like R&B, they like the gospel early in the day on game day. It kind of sets the tone. It grounds them. And as they get closer to the game, obviously rap is a music of choice. The two names that rang true across the country all fall were Meek Mill and Lil Baby.
Lord, I am sorry, but that commercial music is killing this live. Yeah, so Tiger Nation, you know how we do. We come in, take over, the best band in the land. And she just over there really getting it. Like, it's not that serious. It's really not. Anyway, whoever decided to do this part, it's just, I mean, I don't know. It is. I guess it's kind of like an intermission. So it's kind of like keeping the fans occupied. I get it. Thank you so much for supporting me. Okay. Also, before we continue, I did place my Cash App in the bottom part of this thing. Me and my son will be headed to St. Louis, Missouri to go bury my grandfather and his great grandfather on Monday. So if you want to send $5, $10, anything will be greatly appreciated for our travel expenses. And let me see if they've finally turned off all that whirly music.
The same tunes.
I haven't heard pop in a long time, though. Like, we don't even listen to pop. We're hip-hop. Hip-hop pop
No,
there.
there's no pop.
I'd say of the music that they're listening to, Q, no surprise, Tiffany knows who all those guys are. Right? I knew who 3 out of 5. The Herbo I got to catch up on, and the Rod, this and that. I knew the Chris Brown, Meek Mill, those guys.
And you know what's sad is because they have they have people in ESPN spaces who know better. Like I know Tiffany Green and Jay are for football, but when you're trying to appropriate and mix, this is why sometimes folks think that HBCU and Black culture is synonymous, and it's not. What I mean by that is similar to how you can be Black but not understand New Orleans culture. Just because you're Black does not mean you're a part of New Orleans culture. The same thing holds true for HBCUs and Black culture. Now, do they crisscross? Yes, but there's a lot of changes that they need to make. The announcers, I really think that they should be band directors or, someone that understands the culture. Need to hire how many we got? What? Kev Killer Productions, Smash Productions. We need to get them to sit down with ESPN so they can understand how to record these band shows. Like, you gotta have, if you're gonna do it, you have to do it the right way. I think they should also expand it a little bit to get more participation. They need to be inviting the local surrounding high school bands to participate. Like, kind of like when you do a boxing, when you do boxing and you have those other preliminaries come through and get everything hype. We gotta switch it up.
One in this inaugural event, North Carolina A&T.
How many of y'all had North Carolina A&T? Even if you didn't have Jackson State ranked at number 1, how many of you guys had North Carolina A&T?
Tiff, I'm just gonna give it to you straight up because Florida A&M is known for probably having the most popular band in the country.
Indeed.
Coming in at 7, your thoughts, Rattler?
Well, I would say that the Marching 100 has long set the tone, and you see the footprints of the Marching 100 and the influence that
Just
Dr.
say
William
you don't like
P.
it. You
Foster
either like being
had
7 or you don't. We didn't ask for a history lesson.
You know what? They'll put on
do you
their
think they should be
performance tomorrow.
7?
They'll put on their performance tomorrow at halftime of the Cricket Celebration Bowl.
Yeah, I would say that, surprising to me, I definitely thought that either Southern was going to be in one of the 2 spots.
Yeah.
And I didn't know if they were going to be number 1, number 2. For them to come in at number 3, very surprising to me.
Yeah, I would say the Human Jukebox, one of the best bands, if not the best bands in all of HBCU football, especially when you hear them in the stands, but also the Aristocrat bands, right? From Tennessee State, a Grammy Award-winning band, might I add, the Prairie View Marching Storm. Wait a minute.
Is this it?
Come on.
That's what we've been waiting for. The one to put it on the map. Let's go.
Yeah, you can welcome to Atlanta all day. Yeah, you can welcome to Atlanta. Y'all drop y'all top 5. So in my 5, I had, let me pull up the rankings. Which for me, I actually really thought that maybe they had their rankings like this in order. Okay, so they already knew that Jackson State was number 1, but I felt like maybe they needed to make it interesting. So they're saying Texas Southern should be in the top 5. North Carolina A&T Sound and Clarity ain't top 5. Well, they're going to compete today, so I guess we'll see. Mr. Lloyd said A&T Ballards be on point now. A&T Ballards be on point. JSU, Southern, Texas Southern, Tennessee State. Okay. JSU, Southern, Texas Southern, and Tennessee State. Texas Southern should have been 2 or 3. So it just kind of changed over time, but I really think that was just, you don't want to put, maybe not. This is in October. In October, North Carolina A&T, Norfolk State, Jackson State, Texas Southern, and Bethune. And then Winston-Salem, Florida Memorial, Virginia State, Central State, and Tuskegee. I want to know who are the judges that are making these rankings. So they had North Carolina A&T, Jackson State, Southern, Norfolk State, Prairie View, and Tennessee State in the top 5, and I think that was in November. So I want to know who it is that's actually doing the judging on this. Like, what are their credentials for this? Is it band directors? Is it people that have played in the band? Like, how are you guys determining, or are you guys looking and seeing which fans travel? Like, what are you guys basing it off of? Yeah, I mean, Southern, that would have been painful for, I mean, I guess they would have liked being in Atlanta, but I think that's a bit much to take that many L's in a year. 3 L's? No, that would have been 4 because you lost the football game. That's a lot of L's to take.
Dupree, we mentioned the different fraternities and sororities within the band, but when you expand it out even further, the Divine Nine, the fraternities and sororities, 9 in total, 5 of them
Say it.
Founded at Howard University.
Say it again, Tiff. 5 of them what?
Founded
Where?
at Howard University.
Including
Omega Psi Phi, Phi Beta,
including
Sigma,
your sorority.
Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Delta Sigma Theta, and Zeta Phi Beta. You see the pink and green, that's the AKA, and right there in the middle, KK Psi. Of course, there's also a musical set of fraternities and sororities.
I'll be
Kappa right there.
Be hard pressed. I'm pretty sure they're not yet, but KK Psi may be one of the largest fraternities out there because their bands. I mean, these bands are so big now.
Yep.
So it's like imagine having a whole football team pledge one fraternity at a time. Those numbers are up there.
You know, when you see purple and gold and the man of Omega Psi Phi, you just got to know that he could turn it out at any moment. When a camera comes on and Atomic Dog starts playing, you never know. You never know. He could just start hopping. Sigma Gamma Rho, founded in 1922. Oh yeah, it's great representation here because it also speaks to the brotherhood and sisterhood. Each of them founded on different set of mottos and beliefs, and the Ice Cold Brothers of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Well, just a reminder to everybody, why not us? You got to make sure you check it out on ESPN Plus, streaming right now.
Did you see me do a split when he played? I did a whole.
So they're on a commercial break, promoting Why Not Us, Southern Dance, and that's by Anscape. So make sure you tune into that. And then, of course, they are following the Howard golf team, who is sponsored by Steph Curry. Anyone going to the band jamboree in the morning before the Celebration Bowl? Mr. Walker, you keep on saying, "Here comes the boom," and I ain't seen him yet. Grambling is easy blowing over South Carolina State University. So, somebody shared their 5. Jackson State, Southern University, Texas Southern, North Carolina A&M and Alcorn. Really?
Theme song. Get ready, because here we come to do that. But look at the size of this band right here. They're still coming out. I'm saying, and the Howard guy's going to say this, can't believe I'm saying, but I'm going to give it up. That name sounds strong for Hampton. The Force.
The Force.
The Force.
All right. The stage is set. The sonic boom of the South is ready.
They telling me that Jackson State is going to win Band of the Year. What y'all think?
A lot of people saying they agree.
I'm just trying to figure out, where are you?
I'm the voice of God, and the Holy Spirit just said, Jackson State got it.
We gonna find out. We gonna find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, let the Division I of the HBCU Band of the Year begin now. Please welcome to the field the Jackson State University Marching Band.
In Atlanta. Today we will feature the music of the mega R&B star Usher, or as we say in the ATL, Usher, baby. If you're asking if the drum makers are the best in the arena tonight, the answer is yeah. And now, Tiger fans and friends from near and wide, tonight this will be the only band you'll see from the HBCU Heavyweight Conference of the SWAC that can produce quality on field and stands. We'll do the traditional style drilling, drum majors with energy and swag, percussion with funk, dancers with thrill, style, and grace. No gimmicks, no props. Notice the discipline, the precision, the pageantry, and showmanship. This is a musical congregation that others aspire to be. Be prepared to be mesmerized as you sit back and listen to a sound like no other and pageantry that is unmatched. It is the apex of excellence, the epitome of class and swag, the essence of contemporary sounds and maneuvers, the summer colonial band, the famous Sonic Boom of the South. Now the Sonic Boom, performed by Drilling 2, DJ got us falling in love, and you don't have to call. rise and represent the Jackson State University. Now, be intrigued by the sound of the sonic boom. Here's You Got It Bad, arranged and conducted by our Chief Arranger, Mr. Kevin Johnson. Sing along, ATL. It's time to pick up the tempo as those vivacious ladies known as the thrill of a billion. The prancing J-Set dance to Screaming. DJ sets at their best, and that's simply the best there is. As we transition to our dance routine, we want to thank all of our fans for their support this season. Because of your support, all we have to say is, oh my God. When you talk about another level, think no further than the summa cum laude bands. Now let's welcome our War and Thunder drumline. North Carolina A&T could never. Atlanta, there goes that band whose sound and showmanship is unmatched. You've just been entertained by the #1 band in the country, the Sonic Boom of the South. Dr. Roger Miller is the director of bands. Mr. Kevin Johnson is the associate director of bands and chief arranger. Mr. Calvin Berry is the marching percussion instructor. Miss Chloe Ashley Crowley is the director of the Prancing J Sets. Miss Courtney Lett is administrative assistant. Dr. Rico Chapman is the dean of the College of Liberal Arts. Dr. Lisa Beckley Roberts is the chair of the Department of Music. Dr. Ramon Jackson is the assistant department chair. On behalf of our president, Dr. Marcus L. Thompson, this has been the voice of the Boom, Richard Myers. Thank you and good evening.
They call themselves the summa cum laude of bands, the Sonic Boom of the South from Jackson State. Now, the question is, Jay, who shined their instruments better? Division of 1 band or Division 2 band?
In the Battle of the Bling, I'm going to go with the D2 bands, but maybe it's because, the D2 band's not as big. They got the polish goes a little bit further. When you talk about 300 members, same about polish, it's going to go that way. So I'm going to give it to the Division 2 guys when it comes to the Battle of the Bling.
The question is, you mentioned earlier the hats that we've seen on the field. Do you get a demerit? I say no, Jay. Why? Because you're stepping hard.
Yeah, but it's like if you're a football player, you got to strap on your helmet. It comes off, you got to lead the game. So strap on those helmets a little bit tighter, those hats, and their formations were the best I've seen from Jack State in a long time. Like, they weren't missing a point. Every time there was a break, it was a break. The timing, the synchronicity, their stepping really impressed me the most.
I love that sky cam view and the way they just let everybody know, look, we've got riveting rhythms, okay? We've got some bold beats. We've got ear-grabbing energy. And, yeah, we got the size, too. What?
Guess what? This is a lot. When you got a big band, use your big band. So you know what this says? Because down there at Jackson, They don't say the, they say the. That they spelled out the sonic boom. That many members use it. That was impressive.
Indeed, as Quint's down on the field.
Down amongst the sonic boom. Congratulations. That was awesome. What's your name?
My name is
Where are you from?
I'm from Atlanta.
Oh, yeah. What's it like to be back home here competing in this event?
Dr. Julius Porkins, y'all.
What's it like to be back home here competing in this event?
It's nice. Like I got to see like all my family, like we came out, so it feels good to like be back in my city.
Thank you. Good job.
Is back home here in Atlanta with the I Love, but the blue and gold marching machine saying we ain't worried about that. We're going to close this thing out in the fourth quarter and show you what we got.
If they beat that performance we just saw, then they deserve to be the band of the year, because if you told me that was a band of the year performance that I just saw from Jackson State, I wouldn't argue with you. That was precise.
The drum majors kind of reminded me of like the Temptations. I love that with, you know, the guys just moving together, the Usher tribute, the drum line. All of that, the trash talk that went along with it too. So the first two quarters, you see Florida Memorial and Virginia State, Trojan Explosion. What did you see? Because they started it off.
They set the tone. They didn't start it off. They set the tone. Really good job by Virginia State, what they did, letting them know who they are. A lot of people haven't heard of Florida Memorial. They represented well on the national stage there. That one there, you almost want to say it's too close to call.
I was going to say, do you lean in one direction or another, or the one word that stands out for the Roar?
Passion.
Okay.
The Roar, they played with some passion. Their sound sounded great.
The Trojan Explosion?
Everything. They gave you everything. A little bit of everything that you needed.
Well, the blue and gold marching machine are ready to give you everything, hailing from Greensboro, North Carolina, the largest HBCU, North Carolina A&T State University. The Aggies out of Division I, they are closing it out here in the fourth quarter under the direction of Dr. Kenneth Ruff. They are ready to go. Okay, standing out too. You got to stand out with your uniforms. We saw the J sets; they look great. But here, this hot pink in Hotlanta.
Okay, hot pink Hotlanta. You put that together. I'll leave it to you when it comes to the fashion. So good job there. And I think with A&T, their biggest thing right now is, you know, people haven't seen them in a while. They're in the CAA conference, and think about it. Jackson State, when they took the field, first thing their stadium announcer said is, "Coming to you from the heavyweight conference of bands from the SWAC. We are Jackson State." So the boom kind of let them know, hey, we face good bands every week. A&T will see if they're up to the challenge.
Formerly out of the Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference and standing tall, ready. I like the plumes. The blue and gold plumes on the top of the hat, that adds to it. Because how much do uniforms play into
I think a lot.
Okay.
And you know, you talk earlier about the Division I versus Division II. I think Division II team Florida Memorial not having those uniforms tight as Virginia State could be a deciding factor.
Your feet and welcome to the field, the North Carolina A&T University Marching Band.
Somebody, anybody, an Aggie, make some noise! Ladies and gentlemen, let's start things off with the drum majors. Mr. Kevin Jackson, Mr. Malachi Walker, Mr. Jaden Hall, and Mr. Garvin Collins. These four fantastic drum majors are better known as Smooth Ignition. and action. Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime. At the moment you've all been waiting for. The sounds, the blue and gold, marching machine. A&T, let me hear you make some noise. Atlanta, Georgia, your wait is over. And now, ladies and gentlemen, sit back and relax as the machine moves you down.
I'm impressed so far.
1970s classic hit entitled Boogie Nights. Ladies and gentlemen, this is halftime entertainment at its best. And nobody does it better than the blue and gold marching machine.
Hi. Can I say hi back?
Hold up.
Hi, Miss Lear.
It's time to put some
Hi, Miss
cold
Mary.
steel in it. Ladies and gentlemen, focus your attention to the 50-yard line as we bring to you the world famous, internationally known, cold steel drum line. Wait a minute, they're not through. Cold steel, let's hit the switch and take the show to the next level. Ladies and gentlemen, this is percussion precision at its best. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, make some noise for Cold Steel. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, you are witnessing the sounds of the blue and gold marching machine. And now, ladies and gentlemen, backed by popular demand, the world's most versatile auxiliary squad, the Sweethearts. But we simply know them as the beautiful ladies of Golden Delight. Ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing style grace, and sophistication at its finest. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, make some noise for Golden Delight. I heard he sang a good song. I heard he had a style. And so I came to see him and listen for a while. Atlanta, Georgia. Listen, as we bring to you Miss Killing Them Softly. Ladies and gentlemen, the sounds of the blue and gold marching machine. And now you know what time it is. It's party time. If I have any Aggies in the house, let me hear you make some noise. And as we celebrate 50 years of hip-hop, it's time to know Atlanta how we get down in the dog pound. Now A&T, let's go! Oh! We gonna have an old school blue and gold party, y'all.
They're jumping side because they actually look jumping on the trampoline, jumping side to side.
Y'all know we had to take you back with the Ghetto Boys. Because if you think this is not the band of the year, it's playing tricks on you. But in the words of Jay-Z, what more can we say other than A-G-G-E? I-E-P-R-I-D-E. And if I have any Aggies in the stands that know anything about Aggie pride, stand to your feet, put your hands together, and make some noise for the top-ranked HBCU in the nation. And it doesn't matter what division you're in or what conference you're from. You can hate me now, but we will never, ever stop. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the blue and gold marching machine. Give it up one more time for North Carolina A&T. Give it up for them, y'all. Now listen, all of these bands have done an amazing job today.
Amazing job.
It's going to be a hard day for the judges, y'all.
It really is.
The A&T, you saw there, this is a field that the Aggies dominated in football, and judging by the reaction, this blue and gold marching machine feels very good after their performance. And this is how they walked onto the field. I love the way that the Golden Delight strutted out there.
Yeah, a little reminded me of the Southern Dancing Dolls a little bit. And the uniforms look yellow in the back and white in the front, remind me of Southern as well. But they had presence out there, and I think that was one of the good things. And when you talk about A&T, the strength of North Carolina A&T's band for years has been their drum line. And they've got a huge drum line. They featured the drum line. And then, you know, we're judging the bling. So this is their bling right there. We've seen shinier today. We've seen shinier today, I would say that. But A&T brought some of those elements that you thought you would see from North Carolina A&T. Huge drum line. And they, I will say this, I don't know if they're going to win this competition, but they have been the most improved band I've seen in the last 5 years. I've seen them grow and get better right before my eyes.
They said this is about as good as Jiho, the greatest homecoming on earth, as they dub it. They are feeling that Aggie pride right now. And Quick Kesnick's down on the field with one of the band members.
We got a lot of smiles down here. Everybody in the band seemed like they're really enthusiastic. What's your name?
Brooklyn Jenkins.
How do you think that went?
Sorry?
How do you think that went? Did you like the performance?
Yes, I loved it. I loved the entire show. I don't know if you guys know, but we did this entire show during our finals week, and we really worked hard. And I'm blessed to be a part of this amazing program. And I'm out of breath still.
Yeah, what was this like? You sound like you're kind of emotional. Like this was really special.
This is really special. This hasn't happened to a lot of programs, so it's just like to be able to represent. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri, so representing, you know, a whole different culture of people. It's just really a blessing, and I'm just beyond blessed. I'm super excited. I'm still excited because we still have the stand battle. So I'm just really excited to show everybody what A&T is really about, because I know we're like, yeah, we're just really excited, and I'm just blessed. Yeah.
Congratulations. So it looks like Christmas has arrived early here in Atlanta.
Yes, it has, 100%.
Thank you.
And you saw the sigh of relief, because there is so much that builds up to this moment. You just want to make sure you get out there and you execute and you feel good about your performance and feel like you left it all out on the field.
Absolutely. You know, the Aggie pride is what they call it down there in Greensboro. The largest HBCU in the country showed up with a really good performance. You know, kudos, and I'm going to say this. The best PA announcer tonight was their PA announcer. He was clear. You can understand every word, had conviction, sold me on what they were trying to do.
And the winners of this competition tonight will be announced during tomorrow's Cricket Celebration Bowl. You can find it over on ABC at noon. Division 2, Division 1, who's it going to be? But when you think about that Cricket Celebration Bowl, let's flash back to some of those wonderful memories that we have witnessed since 2015.
Yeah, the Cricket Excessive Celebration Bowl there, which cost North Carolina Central an opportunity to tie a game up, and then Sam Washington did a great job winning along with Rod Broadway. The Aggies dominated here in Atlanta. They've got 4 championships.
A total of 4 championships, and then they handed the reins over to South Carolina State.
That one was special. Nobody gave South Carolina State a chance to upset the mighty Jackson State Tigers led by Coach Prime, Buddy Pugh's signature wear of his career.
And it was supposed to be the swan song for Coach Prime last year against North Carolina Central, but the OT win for the Eagles had them soaring high.
Oh, that's why everybody's so excited about this game. It always comes down to last possession, what can happen for an HBCU national championship.
Jay, your final thoughts on what you witnessed here tonight, the first time for this Band of the Year competition?
One, this is going to be phenomenal years to come. I mean, the excitement was out there. If you missed it, you definitely need to come check it out. Great event they're putting on for these young kids. I like to see them get the opportunity. Story there, the Florida Memorial Band doing a good job representing their school. Saw Virginia State, the Trojan Explosion.
It was like the orange and blue in Division II, and then you had the Sonic Boom of the South and the blue and gold marching machine out of Division I. A celebration, preemptive celebration it was here the night before the big HBCU National Championship tomorrow. Remember, the winners of tonight will be announced tomorrow. Everybody's going to be on the edge of their seats. Howard and FAMU will go head-to-head in that Cricket Celebration Bowl.
Yes, and I guess we'll work together. Then we'll talk about it afterwards. Bragging rights for a year on the line, but these bands showed up tonight.
A fantastic time was had by all here from the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta for the inaugural Band of the Year competition. Ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow as a part of this wonderful weekend highlighting the excellence of HBCUs. Till next time, Jay Walker, Quint Kesnick, Tiffany Green, we out.
I'm wondering, are they going to, they might be streaming from Killer Kev or Smash Productions YouTube. They might be streaming the 5th quarter. I don't know. If anybody wants to get on the StreamYard and discuss what just transpired, feel free to do so. Thank you so much for tuning in. Once again, I like and subscribe to the channel. You hate everybody. Dang. Killer Kev ain't there. Oh no. Well, what about Smash Productions? Because they didn't announce a winner. And I mean, I think for North Carolina A&T, maybe it was just a little discombobulated for me. I dropped the StreamYard if you would like to come up and talk and discuss who you think won. I mean, I know who I think won, but people might say that I'm biased. Maybe Showtime Web. Showtime Web has the clips. Oh, they might be acting stank. Well, I will say this. Just the way that it was looking, it doesn't look like they know how to it doesn't look like they know how to properly film. How you doing?
I'm on StreamYards.
Yep.
I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh my gosh, this is Jazzman81. So I turned my camera off because I'm just sitting on my couch. I know you're doing the other stream. I don't know how this works. So tell me how you want to roll.
Oh no, the other stream's over. So.
Oh God. Well, I may have a little delay. You got any other people coming here? I need to talk.
Okay, so what you have to do is like when you're talking on StreamYard, you just turn the YouTube off.
Yeah, I turn my volume down. Everything's always down. It's just you and I.
All right. Well, go
I'm like,
ahead.
what other people at? Come on, I gotta talk. What's up?
Okay, so let's start with the D2 with Florida Memorial versus Virginia State. Let me know what are some things that you liked, some things that you think they need to improve.
I didn't see Virginia State, but I did see Florida Memorial. And oh my gosh, Florida Memorial everybody has brought their A game plus some for the Battle of the Bands today. Jackson State, North Carolina A&T, and Florida Memorial, I have not seen them perform at this level before. Means they did better than I've ever seen them before.
North Carolina A&T, for real?
They did some different stuff. So again, we got to go through each band piece by piece. I can tell you why.
Okay, so can you introduce yourself? Like, were you in the band or what?
Yes, ma'am. I am this is my 30th year anniversary from Florida A&M Marching 100. I am an M100 Marching 100 alumni. I study under Dr. Foster and Dr. White. Dr. White is one of the judges, one of the individuals who determined who was going to be in this Battle of the Bands tonight. Not only that, Don Roberts is one of the individuals who helped put this together. He's legendary for some of the things. Don Roberts is a Marching 100 alumni, and John Grant also participated as an individual helped put this together. I worked under John Grant for several years in Atlanta as part of the 100 Black Men of Atlanta when he used to do an Atlanta Classic. When FAMU used to come here about 10 plus years ago, I worked with him under the robotic showcase that we did part of the classic showcase, the football game. They did the football game. I did the technology as part of the robotic showcase. So those are just a little bit of my credentials.
We got another band head coming in here, so it's gonna be we got Jerome representing the Sonic Boom of the South. He's coming in the chat now. Yep, we can hear you.
Hey, we hear you, Jerome. This is DeGrantier. Can you hear me, my brother? I don't think he heard me.
Oh, he just got Dot.
What's up?
I mean, y'all tell me what's up. What y'all thought about the formations? What did you guys think about the percussion?
Hey, how do I address you? She loves thee. She loves thee. How do I address you?
Just She Loves Thee, or just Timona.
Can I call you SLT? She Loves Thee. Okay. So it's so many parts to talk about. So you're asking like very broad questions. It's so much to talk about.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask a question, and then everybody gets 2 minutes to answer.
Okay, that works.
So the first thing that we need to talk about is the entrance. So you guys break down the entrances, give us a grade, and then tell us why. Less than 2 minutes. Jasmine, go ahead and start.
I'm gonna start with the D1 schools, which was Jackson State first and North Carolina A&T. They both came in with general entrances. Jackson State came in with their normal march in, with their traditional march in, which is they all in one end zone, and then they do a slow march, and then they do a tiger march, I think it's called. That is always amazing to watch. I love that because it's a tradition of Jackson State, and I really enjoy seeing that. With the drum majors out front, they have 4 drum majors as opposed to the 5, but they go back and forth between 4 and 5, so that's fine. Now, North Carolina A&T, I watched them line up. They did some weird stuff. I saw the Golden Delights. I got it wrong on your live stream. I called it Golden Passionettes. That's either Albany or Allen University. I confused my Golden people. There's several of them. I apologize for that. But I watched the Golden Delight line up. I saw them get their flags and all their equipment ready. And I saw the band get ready, and then they all ran out. Again, that's also a technique used when you're short on time and you got a lot of show to present. So the march out, I preferred the Jackson State march out because they pull out their traditional march out, and it's a fan favorite.
All right, Doc Holliday.
So of course, the Tiger Run is gonna be the best thing I like to see. That's tradition for us. For A&T, it was kind of interesting to see their intro because, in a sense, they're more of they have a more of a DCI style type deal, which is more like drum. It's basically drum corps. So they have a drum corps still mixed in with HBCU in it. So that's what I got from there. Pretty much.
Jerome?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hey, let me just say this, man. First of all, I love. As an alum of the Sonic Boom of the South, man, I am so proud. That was one of the best shows I have ever seen the Boom put on. But before I get there, hey, shout out to Florida Memorial when they did that. Doom, 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 doom. What's the name of that movie? Shaka Zulu. Yo, that was so creative. And just their entire energy, they were so crisp. The precision of their entire performance, man. They had a lot of energy. You can tell. I don't know if y'all remember the show Bring It. And there's a lady on there. She had her own dance group out of Miami. I think her name was Miss uh, dang, Tomoto, you probably know what I'm talking about. She had a really dope squad out of Miami, but you can tell she's been working with their dance line, very creative. Virginia State, I got a lot of love for Virginia State. They got a lot of Jackson State ties, but honestly, man, they didn't put together a show that was as effective as Florida Memorial. North Carolina A&T, I'm in Charlotte, see A&T all the time. Honestly, man, I've seen better shows from A&T at the Honda Ballot of Bands. I was expecting them to be a bit more creative and kind of stick to a theme like Jackson State did. But a lot of the drill song they played, it was kind of forgettable. By the time they got to, I think, the drum feature, that's what kind of woke everybody up. But that drum feature doesn't work well in the dome because the acoustics are like all over the place. And as they were kind of running around, it didn't really have the same wow effect, kind of like the honeybees that we normally see. Coming off the field, they did the traditional block A&T. That was cool. But honestly, man, having to follow up Jackson State's show from start to finish, Jackson State, just the sound difference between all four bands, like Jackson compared to everybody else, it was notable. But y'all sleeping on Jackson State remixed the Blowing Fanfare with Usher's Superstar. I don't know if y'all caught that.
I ain't missed that. I ain't missed
That
that.
was so dope, man.
I ain't missed that. That was nice.
All of us was like, yo, this is like one of the best shows we see from Jackson State. I don't think anyone listens to it. We all agree on that, bro.
And then
I ain't miss none of that, bro. I was at work tuned in on that.
And then the downfield show. This is the fact that they had an entire show, theme to Usher. Everything definitely flowed. The downfield drill, awesome formations, and then of course, as they flowed into the ballot, they got a lot of crowd participation. The J sets did their thing, and to see War and Thunder, their percussion feature was really nice. But I love how the Boom made those two X's and took up the entire football field. Like that's what you want to see.
That was nice.
Like if you're an adjudicator and you're
to a parade front, that was dope.
Absolutely. And the lines were very straight. Like if you're an adjudicator and you're judging these bands, that's the type of field dominance that you want to see for a percussion feature. Like you don't want to see the band just standing still. You want to see the band, kind of transitioning into different formations, kind of accompanying, what you're seeing with the drum feature. But man, when they did that sideline blowdown, that's a Jackson State, kind of staple. When they came off with that Usher song, man, and then they spelled out the Sonic Boom. Come on, man. Like, look, they ain't even got to wait till tomorrow. Just give Jackson State the trophy in the tunnel, man, so them kids can go home, man.
We agree. Absolutely. We know who's going to win the D1.
I hope so. I hope no politics come in, but,
it's clear.
Okay.
And to add on what you're talking about, Jackson State has been solid across the entire season as battle hard and rocking all the battle of the bands. Jackson State has been smashing everybody across the board.
Man, it's what it is to me. It's how we do it. We battle in the SWAC. I don't know how they do it in the MEAC, but when we come to a stadium in the SWAC,
it's a war.
Basically it's a war. It don't matter if you Jackson State. It don't matter if you the Alcorn. Don't matter if you Valley, Bama State, and it don't matter. We come to your house. It's gonna be a war from the zero quarter all the way to the fifth quarter. We don't care. I said if there was a home game, we would have got disrespectful when A&T got off the field. We would have blown them off the field in the stands.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, man. Just as a band head, you can tell, like from Florida Memorial, to Jackson State, you can tell the kids were really having fun. They enjoyed the music that nobody missed a beat. I did see during A&T's drum major salute. I don't know if y'all caught it. The head drum major slipped and fell. He got back up real fast. So I know they're probably going to, take some points off.
Nah, I
But
missed that.
yeah,
I
it was
caught
during
that.
yeah, they're kind of, they had like a little drum major salute before they started the performance. But aside from that, man, everybody did. I tip my hat to all these kids. Of course, they had to prepare these shows during finals week, during
Absolutely.
graduation, and also tip my hat to Julian White from Florida A&M, who was on the creation team, as well as Dow Taylor from Jackson State. They did a phenomenal job just assembling everything. Kind of disappointed in the attendance, but hey, my crab year at Jackson State in '02, that spring of '03 was the first Honda Ballad of Bands, and it looked very similar. The dome was very empty for the most part, but I'll give ESPN their props for trying to add value to the Celebration Bowl weekend. I know next
Okay,
year if they kind
so I'm gonna switch a little bit, and I want you guys to get into the politics of how can we improve this next year. So I want to talk about the announcers for one. What could they do differently? What could they do during the halftime? Because like I pointed out earlier, I don't necessarily like mixing HBCU culture with the commercialization and hip hop. Like I don't think that that's conducive. So what are some things that they could do, whether it's having high school bands playing during that intermission, which would increase the number of attendance as well, because now you have local high schools or bands that are in Georgia that are competing, and they're going to bring all of their family members out. So what are some things that you would like to see changed with the show that
Now,
you
So
improve?
she
now
loves the this is Jazz, man. I live in Atlanta and I go to the Celebration Bowl regularly. I go to the MEAC SWAC Challenge regularly, and there's a whole bunch of battle of bands here in Atlanta regularly. I just want to ask: is there anyone else in the conversation that lives in Atlanta?
I'm in Dallas.
Okay, so I'm going to speak from the point of Atlanta and being here regularly, and I'm going to be brief. I got a lot to say. I'm going to be short. So we have HBCU Culture Battle of the Bands. We got Howard the Battle of the Bands. We got Jonesboro, Clayton County Battle of the Bands. We got Southwest DeKalb Battle of the Bands. We got a lot of examples of Battle of the Bands here. So ESPN coming in and doing this is, to me, I apologize for saying this, is cultural appropriation. Because there's a lot of people here doing it, and a lot of people who are doing it well and making money. And here's another entity with a lot of money coming in trying to snatch it up. Now, she loves the. I personally know Tiffany. I personally know Don Roberts. I personally know John Grant. I know all these people personally, and I understand what they're trying to do. But we do not need sports announcers talking about band events. We need the people who are at these band events talking about band folk. We need band nerds talking about band work. I am a Georgia Mass band member. I'm a Marching 100 alumni band member. I am actively playing these things. I have a YouTube channel, Quasar's Adventures. I'm covering all the bands across the nation regularly. Why am I not in this mug? That's a shelf plug for me. But anyway, there's Killer Kev, there's A1 Media, there's Showtime, there's all these other people who are out here going to all these events who have seen the bands. And those are the people that we need at these events. The people who have seen the bands, because being there in person is much different than watching on YouTube. YouTube videos they do not convey what it's like to be there in person. I'm gonna shut off here and I'll come in later.
Man, I watched it on ESPN Plus. So having Jay Walker and Tiffany Green, I don't know. They are always the pick for HBCU stuff basically every time. It don't matter if it's basketball, football, baseball, they're always the pick. Like you said, I would go with with ex band members, ex band directors. like to call it and something different, just to get something different out of the whole deal. So but like I mean, as far as with the battle of the bands, like having high schools with the battle of the bands, I mean, you can do that, but is it going to bring in the attendance? So we just got to realize this is the first year that they have it. So I mean, but we should see
I think they
what's
have to
going to happen.
change the time. They may have to change the day. So they might have to change it to a Sunday. Or they would have to change it to a later time on a Friday.
I would change it to a later time on a Friday because just for the simple fact that everybody is coming in for the Celebration Bowl like Friday morning, Friday afternoon.
Yeah, and
So
this is Jasmine jumping back in, and this is one of the things that bothered me. Why aren't the celebration teams? Sorry, why aren't the MEAC and SWAC championship teams in this battle of the bands? What is up with that?
they want to wait till tomorrow for the battle of the bands for
Man,
the
that
halftime
is
show.
weird.
But I get what you're saying though.
Yeah,
the
I'm
two
like,
host schools that's playing in the game, they should be in to just kind of do not even a
something.
15-minute routine. Like,
Something. Yeah, I'm with you, bro.
but you know, and as far as like, I mean, as on the field, it's good to have it on the field, but we need some stand battles. We need some stand battles. I'm just saying, being in the SWAC, we know we get down on the field, but when it come into the stands, like we want to see who cranked the most.
Yeah, I just about to say them crank fest, right?
Like that's all I want to see, who cranked the most.
So
and what's crazy though was you don't see Jackson State do an actual drum breakdown. You don't see that. Now just in the SWAC, the only one you really see in the SWAC do that is Prairie View. They're the only school that does that.
Yeah.
They've been doing it for years.
Yeah. So let me ask you, have you been to the National Battle of the Bands, the one that's in Houston? I really enjoyed that Battle of the Bands.
I haven't been to it yet, but I've been wanting to go to it for so long, and just to be a fan and watch it.
And let me describe it to you all just to kind of see get your all thoughts on this. What they do is they put all the viewers on. It's set up like DCI, like you mentioned. All the people who are watching are on one side, and all the bands are on the other side. So you got the bands doing field drills, and then you got stand battles. So while the bands are transitioning on the field, they're doing stand battles between two bands, right? So there's no DJ, there's no singer, there's none of all this other stuff competing with all these talented musicians. I'm like, you got 5,000 musicians in here. You don't need a DJ, right? So I really enjoy that Battle of Bands because they set it up where everyone can see the bands, everyone can hear the bands, and then when they're transitioning, you listen to the bands. What do you all think about that?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. I'll be really brief. So at the National Battle of the Bands in Houston, they set it up where all the people who are watching the bands are on one side. So and then all the bands are on the opposite side. So there's no side that you got to pick. There's no east side, west side. There's no south side, north side. Everybody's on one side, watching all the bands on the other side. And during the transitions of the field bands, the bands are going into the field, while the bands are transitioning, the bands in the stands are doing battles. So it's always constantly you're watching a band go at it. Either they're battling in the stands or either they're on the field doing a drill. I really like the format because it's bands the whole time. No DJ, no singers, none of that other stuff. It's just bands the whole time.
Yeah, that's the format they used to have at the Battle of the Bands here in Charlotte, the Queen City Battle of the Bands before it moved to Houston.
Mm-hmm.
I love that format just because, just like you said, we didn't need to have high school bands. We didn't need to have performers, singers, stuff like that. It was just a consistent fluidity throughout the entire production.
Yes, sir.
And I think it definitely would have worked this year. I feel like it's something that people would have wanted to see Jackson and A&T in the stands. Like Jackson, they've been killing on the field all year, but of course in the stands, man, I think if we could have heard one of those signature tunes that Jackson has been blowing everybody away with this fall, I think that would have, added an additional layer
Nah,
or
bro.
component.
We didn't need to see Jackson State and North Carolina A&T because that would have been murder. No, we didn't need
It
to
really
see
would.
that.
It really would have, but no, you guys brought up some great points. As far as next year, I think that'd be a great idea. Timon and Doc Holliday mentioned, possibly a later time, because I don't know if you guys remember, like the last 2 years we went to Celebration Bowl, man, like traffic in Atlanta was bananas. And like you guys mentioned, people are still trying to get into the city. So I
Yeah.
think maybe like a 8 or 9 o'clock start time that could have been, really helpful for attendance. I think developing that or adopting that format that you just mentioned, having all the bands on that one side. But honestly, the elephant in the room, y'all, they should have done a better job promoting this or marketing this
Absolutely.
event. There wasn't a lot of buzz, on social media about it. Like Jay Walker and Tiffany Green, they would announce, weekly updates on the Band of the Year rankings. But as far as social media, they may need like a social media manager, somebody that's kind of intricate in the HBCU band world, to kind of post some up to date content throughout the season to get more buzz. But yeah, I think that kind of aided in the low attendance. But
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And because
yeah,
I'm in Atlanta, this is my opinion, so don't take any of this as gospel as fact. I believe there was other things going on here in Atlanta because there's more moving parts. Because I'm working with these individuals, I know other things that are going on in their lives and other things that are they're trying to make happen. Let me just give a quick example. I know Don Roberts is trying to make Drumline, the theatrical show, happen at the same time as the this battle of the bands. So he has a lot going on, right? John Grant is not. He's a sports guy. He's like, get the football here. So he's not really focused on the battle of the bands, right? There's already a battle. Stop, Kyrie. Turn it off.
Oh, breaking news. I just want to bring this
So,
news. They're not
okay.
showing it. I wish I could tap in.
Turn it off.
It says that the Sonic Boom of the South and A&T are currently going at it, and they're flashing the lights for people to leave. The Boom
wow.
is treating it like a SWAC game.
Wait. Are you saying they're telling everyone to leave? Did I hear that right?
They
Let's
are
go, Boom.
battling it out right now. I can't see if I can find a live feed, Lord. If I can find somebody's
I'm
Instagram.
telling y'all thought we are there for the battle. We ain't there for just the field show.
Absolutely. Because all of us here that are talking, we are part of the band culture. And
I know that they play water. I mean, once they play water, once Jackson State did water, I mean, you just might as well go ahead and pack it up and head to the bus. I'm not even
He's like,
trying
give
to
it up.
be respectful.
Hey man, all y'all are awesome, man. What do I need to do to follow y'all?
HBCU Overdrive for Doc Holiday.
No, I'm looking at the chat. So
okay. Everybody drop your information.
You post everybody's stuff.
Drum major South Carolina State University. You wanna tip put your opinion in the hat? I'm gonna try to find a live feed or see if I can find something.
Yeah. Post everyone in there. Because everyone's good, man. I need to talk with y'all more often, man. This is great.
Hey, I'm gonna put mine in the chat. If you can see. Well, hey, are you on Twitter?
I am not on Twitter. Sorry, I can't get it right. Just do more band stuff, and I would show up with like at least $50 every time. Just do more of these videos so I can show up.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah,
if anybody knows where Instagram Live is showing it or anything, please.
Yeah, I gotta see these clips.
I know that they are going in.
Because look, y'all gotta understand. Look, I'm gonna tell y'all, right? I went to Jackson State. I'm originally from North Carolina, and A&T people for years just thought they were like, the Dundada. And, they're like a big fish in a small pond on the East Coast. And I've been telling
in North Carolina, right?
Yeah. And I've been telling them for years, man, y'all need to run up on some dogs, and when y'all run up on some dogs, you're gonna get your head split. And I'm really fiending to find these clips because A&T thinks they're powerful. They think they're loud. They think they got screamers in the trumpet section. And I want them to. I've always wished the Boom played in Greensboro so we could be right across from their band so they can feel what a real band fit sounds like. So I'm really anticipating these clips from the Boom running up on them.
Yeah, nah, A&T ain't ready for that. And like I was posting on the live stream. It's about Cold Steel. It's not about the band. So
Right.
Cold Steel can hold their own, and Cold Steel is used to going up on against Norfolk and Hampton, right? But the whole band ain't used to that battle life. JSU battle hard, the whole band. They will come get you. They will come snatch you.
Oh yeah,
the Blue ain't nothing to mess with when it comes to battling. That is the most battle hardened band of the year. Period.
So I do want to add this caveat. You know, I
Somebody
was a
said
little.
cold aluminum foil. I am not. I'm just sharing the news. I didn't say it. They said cold aluminum foil. Drum major, South Carolina State University. Would you like to say anything? Take yourself off.
Well, that's freezer. That's freezer. That's freezer cover right there. You know what I'm saying? Cold Steel. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Don't get me wrong. I respect what they do. I respect Cold Steel. But I told my boy Dave, I said, hey, y'all looking a little bit PV-ish to me. If you ever seen PV Neck Funk Box for the old school people, they look a little bit like that. But I
Drum
digress.
major, South Carolina State.
Yeah, my bad. Greetings, everybody. I didn't want to be rude. Guy was talking. Yeah, I just want to comment on the on this whole production. Well, my name is John. I was drum major South Carolina State from 2005 2010 under Mr. Eddie Ellis, the golden era. But yeah, this is definitely cultural appropriation, man. I don't like the way that they did this. So, kind of like everybody said, if you look at the battle band that we put on ourselves, we as the culture, it's always heavily attended. It feels good. It's just a natural feel. The kids are out, the families are out. But when it's something like this, it just feels fake. And I was hoping, Don Roberts and the rest of the crew will understand that. I do know they understand it because they are part of the culture, but I don't know what they did not say to get this thing done. Like somebody else was saying, we could have got all these band people who have these videos and media teams to do this, to commentate, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, we do this all the time. We've been doing this for years, since the VHS tapes. This is nothing new to us, man. You know what I'm saying? We can do this flawless, but the way they put it on, it's just not. And the way they do it with their camera angles, they don't understand the show. For example, we know for the most part, you got drum major intro, you got the regular intro, the stage, dance routine for the dancers, and so on and so forth. Drum major intro, they may be showing 3 trumpet players screaming on the camera. You know what I'm saying? Or the show getting ready to transition to a picture, they got somebody in the stands on the camera. It don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, somebody's not talking to the production. I don't know what's going on, but every time they do it, it just mess it up. And I don't know. Personally, I don't appreciate it, because it really is messing up the culture, and it can show us in such a better light than what they're doing.
This gentleman is saying all the right things. It's like, we have people who've been doing this for years, not only years, decades. And I'm frustrated because none of them have been invited to show ESPN, who's new to the game, on how to do it. It was like, there's tons of experts. They probably wouldn't even ask for a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? So I keep it short. What this gentleman is saying is absolutely correct. I'm muting my mic. Keep going.
Yeah, my last thing I'm gonna get off. Like you said, I think you should get some of the people from the culture. Like you look on YouTube, you've got people like not debating, but they're breaking down, battle the bands and stuff like that. This band versus that band, giving commentary and things like that. Even stuff like you say, you part of the Georgia Mass Band, those type of things. If they just look at that, look how heavily it is attended. It's crazy, man. They just not tapping into the culture like it should, and I feel like they're making it lack. It looks good on TV or whatever, but we know what it could be. That's why it's disrespectful. It's just like they shaving off some of the shine. It don't got to be like that. And I yield. Appreciate that.
Hey, I'm gonna tell y'all, man, what it is. You got people that are in those corporate spaces that think they know HBCU. They never attended one, but they just think they know. I'm kind of going through the same thing with the Charlotte Hornets because I'm helping to plan the halftime performance for the HBCU night, and they think they know us. I'm trying to tell them, like, yo, that's the main thing is this. But I get it. So hopefully next year, well, hopefully within the next couple of days and weeks, HBCU alums will flood ESPN with feedback as far as what we want to see, and I'm pretty sure they'll incorporate a couple of things here and there. But overall, man, from a band head standpoint and from a Sonic Boom alum standpoint, this was a great night. It was a great night for band. Again, hats off to all these kids because we got quite a few kids from the Carolinas who were in the Boom, and I know how hard they've been working. But they did a phenomenal job all year. I just saw a clip to Mona on Facebook. So they were in the stands battling just now. The cops are trying to tell them to cut it off. So I'll send you the link in a minute.
Hey, Jerome, come on now. You know, back in the day when
They
we
just
was in
said that they're
school,
going to be if they don't leave, they'll get penalized.
Oh
Like
wow.
that's how they said if it's over with, they shut it down. Basically saying if they keep playing, they would get penalized. But
Yeah.
it was North Carolina A&T versus Jackson State. So
Right.
And this is Jazz Man.
I would have took the penalty.
But my whole thing is, look,
It's been bad in Atlanta. This is Jazz Man. Let me chime in because I live in Atlanta. It's been really bad, and across the board in all the counties, they have been shutting down the bands at the end of events. It's been a big deal this last year, the last 2 years. So if they say go, they need to go because it's not a joke right now. I just want to chime in. I'm sorry I cut you two off. Please continue.
Oh no, I'm just saying. To me, back in the day, Jerome.
Oh yeah.
We would have blown everybody off the field. It
Absolutely.
don't matter. It don't matter.
It
don't matter. Who want this smoke?
And look, here's the thing, man. People got to understand in these band circles, a lot of these East Coast bands like Norfolk State, A&T, et cetera, they've been talking mad smoke, like they want the smoke from the Boom and Southern for years. So when we finally in the same venue, yo, we got to crank up, man. Like we got to shut it down. Like I'm telling y'all, like for the last 20 years, Norfolk and A&T and some of these other East Coast bands, they love to kind of talk down about SWAC bands, and they like, yo, we'd wipe y'all out the field. I'm like, come on, man. So anytime there's a Honda Ballad of Bands, all you got to do is like type in YouTube Honda Tunnel, and you'll see all these different sectional battles breaking out in the tunnels. I remember the first year, there's a viral clip of Morris Brown cranking up on Tennessee State.
Oh,
you got to understand.
Classic, bro.
That was 2003, one of the first.
Yeah, it was spring 2003. And y'all got to understand, like a lot of these programs would have loved to have battled each other all throughout these years. So the Honda and these big ballad of bands, they create that space, and you like, oh, that's old boy over there. That's that band over there that's been talking that junk. Let's run up. You know what I'm saying? So you got to understand, like these bands been wanting to and it's not just the bands, it's the band directors. These band directors have been wanting to get up in some of these other bands for a while. So now that they finally in the same room, what you think gonna happen, man?
Well, we about to kill y'all dudes on the field. And not just not on the field, just in the stands. Just the stands alone, man. But I understand where it's coming from.
Yeah, Doc, y'all are disrespectful.
Oh no, I'm
Sonic
telling you,
Boom of the South is disrespectful.
I'm telling you, tomorrow.
Wait, how you
if
say
you would have went to school, tomorrow, if you would have went to school with us back in the late 90s and the early 2000s, the Sonic Boom
they was
then,
being disrespectful tonight. He just said that the Boom actually started blowing directly at A&T, which was sitting to their left.
That's what I'm saying.
That's that crank. That's that crank fest.
That's the crank fest.
You know what I'm saying? That's part of it. See, this is part of the culture that the networks don't understand. This is the problem.
I'm telling you, T. Like we going like if that was Dr. Liddell or Dr. Duplessis as a band director back then, or even Dr. Taylor. Oh, we killing everybody as soon as you come out the field. We killing y'all out the field. Man, we about to send y'all in a coffin.
Man, you don't get one step across that line. It's crunked up.
It's cranked up.
And look, the reason why you got to understand. So with these type of events, there's no telling the next time you'll probably see this band. This band have been talking this big boy stuff all these years, and they think they number one. They think they're good. You only got one opportunity. I'm just trying to put y'all in the mind frame of a director like what's my man, Dr. Little or his staff for the Sonic Boom, they're like, yo, we probably like ain't gonna see these dudes for another 20 years. Let's crank up. And that's just how it is. It's on site. It's on site.
It's like so the beef is there. Is the beef? They might just go outside and be cranking outside at the at the buses.
Absolutely. Hey, yo, let's take it outside. Because, I mean, from what people on social media are saying, the police are telling them, you know what I'm saying, to clear the facility. And I get it because they're only renting the facility for a certain amount of hours. So I get that. But, yo, take it out to the streets. Let's go. Because you got to understand, a lot of these band heads have been waiting. They've been waiting years to see Jackson State and A&T face to face. Let's put on a show. Let's crank up.
Like we kill it. I'm just saying, it's it's a murder at Mercedes-Benz whatever you call it.
Hey, but look, everybody so far on Twitter and Facebook, I mean, even from A&T, they're like, man, just hand Jackson State the trophy. Listen, that show they put on, just the sound alone, it's a wrap, man. Like all season long, the Boom has definitely kind of differentiated itself from a lot of these other programs, not just with the sound, but the arrangements, the musicality, the difficulty of their shows. It's amazing, man. Just go ahead and hand them the trophy. Now, if they give it to A&T tomorrow, you can tell there's some politics behind all that. Like a lot of people, we've always kind of mentioned, you know, there's kind of been an East Coast bias when it comes to some of these rankings and whatnot. But from a band head perspective and a casual fan, come on, man. You saw the type of crowd response the Boom got. It's no question.
There's no question. JSU took this tonight.
Absolutely.
I'm telling you, just saying, it's just dog world.
Let me ask some questions. I'm gonna dive deep because I'm a super band nerd. So let's go through the things that I judge bands on. I look at drum majors. I look at the band, musicality, auxiliary, and there's something else that I'm forgetting. Drumline. So let's start at the top. Let's talk about bands overall. Everyone give your top overall for the band. And then the next thing we're going to go into is the drum majors.
Okay. Are we doing out of 10?
I got no format, just whatever you want to speak on.
I think A, B, C, D, and F is good.
Okay. Florida Memorial, I'll give them an A minus, only because I think they could have projected their sound a bit more. They did a better job projecting their sound than Virginia State. But overall, awesome energy, show, fluidity. I'll give them an A minus. Virginia State, I'll give them a B. They just didn't have a lot of energy. Good show, but just not a lot of energy. You couldn't really hear them. And then, of course, North Carolina A&T, I'll give them a B minus. They just did not have the type of theme show that they normally have. The Golden Delight, it was kind of like all over the place a little bit. It almost kind of resembled a circus at one point, which kind of lost your attention because when you got too many things going on at once, it's hard to keep focus on one group. If you're featuring the dance line or the auxiliary, the band should be moving all over the place and et cetera. So I give them a B minus. Jackson State, one slight slip up they had in the formation in the box, but aside from that, I'll definitely give them a strong A.
Sounds good. Anyone else?
Doc, your turn.
Man, sure. I got to come behind Jerome. Flow mode, man. I give him a B minus. From what I saw, Virginia State, their intro was nice. So I give them Virginia State an A. Not a minus, not a plus, but an A. Just like you said with North Carolina A&T, with their intro, with the drum major kind of slipping and everything, you know, at the beginning. I will go with a C plus on that one. And then with Jackson State, I mean, I'm gonna go with an A on that one. I'm not gonna say A plus because I don't want to be too biased. But
at 4 as opposed to 5, I feel you.
Yeah. So I will go with an A with Jackson State, but that slip up with A&T, I give him a C on that one.
We got everybody. Okay, cool
Wait,
beans.
the flag girls. Do the flags.
The auxiliary. So
Oh
let,
yeah,
let, let me let
auxiliary.
me give some differentiation. Let me talk about it because Golden Delight are dancers and auxiliary. J sets are strictly dancers. Florida Memorial, I know they had flags and dancers. I didn't see what they had tonight, and Virginia State. So I'm not sure if the D2 schools had separate dancers and separate aux teams. But I know J sets have dancers, no ox. North Carolina A&T have dancers and ox. They're both the same team. I'm not sure about the D2s. So if there's any dancers who want to call in and talk about this, or any flat people who want to call in and talk about this, that'll be a great time. But yes, let's talk about those. I'm my mic.
With I mean, 3 out of the 4 schools are all East Coast schools. So I mean, I really can't judge off, as far as the auxiliary off of their um, you know, I really can't judge the auxiliary because I just look at the band as a whole.
Doc, you brought up a good point, and maybe my MEAC bias. So is that a MEAC thing with the auxiliary thing? I didn't even notice that. Let me know if that's my bias.
So no, with the in here in the SWAC, we got some schools have bands have auxiliary. Like I know Prairie View, Texas Southern. No, I don't think Texas Southern, but Prairie
Yeah,
View.
they
We
do.
got
So
oh
every
yeah,
band, yeah, every band program in the SWAC has flags except Jackson and Southern.
Jackson's. Yeah, that's it.
So, but what it is, the MEAC bands, they incorporate somewhat of a. And when I say MEAC, I mean like the Mid Atlantic region. They incorporate somewhat of a DCI feel when it
Yeah,
comes to their auxiliary. So their auxiliary are constantly moving. They've got rifles, they've got chairs, they've got
they got everything.
twirlers. Yeah, they got everything. So it's and Doc brought up a good point. Honestly, I was kind of nervous coming into this event because it's kind of hard to judge how do you judge Jackson State and A&T, and not just those two
Absolutely,
programs, but it's like HBCU bands are so varied, when it comes to the
absolutely.
style, and
Everyone's
not just
different.
not just the style of play, but just the performance level. So it's not like DCI. DCI, all the bands have the same type of concept, same type of playing style, and that's how you can, fairly and unbiasedly adjudicate those programs. But HBCU bands is so varied. So how
That's
do you actually, from an unbiased perspective, judge these bands? But tonight, honestly, from a casual viewer standpoint and even bandhead standpoint, there's no doubt who the winner is. Just from a
absolutely.
sound standpoint, just entertainment. Absolutely.
Entertainment. And this is, you brought up a good point, a good comment. I think HBCU bands are bands of entertainment. And I'm a Marching 100 alumni. We got no dancers. So how do we compete with the rest of you all? It's a rhetorical question, but like you brought up some good points. Someone said I was speaking too fast, so I'm trying to slow down. I'm going to mute my mic and let you all continue, but those are all great points.
So I want to know, when it comes to, I guess the prize, how do you guys feel about the prize itself? I think it's $100,000. Do you think that should be upped a little bit, like given, like, let's say if we get more sponsorship at the table? Of course, $100,000 could do some good when it comes to providing band scholarships. But is that comparable enough, or should that be increased?
This is Jazzman kicking in, and you all help me with this part. So I was thinking about this. I brought this up earlier about the bands, about the teams that were the MEAC champion and the SWAC champion, which is FAMU and Howard. Those bands had all their fees covered for travel. So I'm not sure how this works, but Jackson State, North Carolina A&T, Florida Memorial, and Virginia State, were their fees covered? So, as I understand it, from a rough understanding, it takes about $50,000 to $80,000 to move a band, depending on their size, right? So there's a range. So there's 100K slash 75K. Um, there's a prize money, but does that is that is that for them covering the band to get to Atlanta, or is that in addition to covering their fees for traveling? So these are I don't have an answer, but these are the questions that I have, because it's not cheap to get a band to move across different states. It costs $50K to move a band, right? So I'll leave it at that. I'm muting my mic. Those are my comments.
Can y'all hear me now? Because I'll switch on to my laptop.
I think they were paid, like, I think they, including in the prize that they're gonna win, I think that they pay for their travel. So travel's inclusive.
Yeah, they pay. Yeah, because ESPN paid for it.
Similar to like how they do at the Celebration Bowl.
Right. Because with the Celebration Bowl, because it's considered.
I do think it should be up to 200, or it should be a consolation prize. So even if you don't win, you still go home with some money, because that's a lot of money. So like, even if it's 50,000 at the Division II level, or if they get, I feel like 250,000 for the winner and 100,000 for the loser.
Man, I like the way you think. You should. I like the way you think. That's good.
But I'll say this, kind of moving the needle a little bit. Let's say Jackson State wins. They give them the prize. There's going to be a lot of media stuff. For the Thee I Love family, you got to understand. It's going to take a lot of money and a lot of push and publicity to get the band, of course, to the Rose Bowl for 2024 or 2025. So please gear up, get ready. No pun intended. We've got a lot of fundraising to do. I know Alabama A&M's band went to the Macy's parade this year, and they've been fundraising all year. I think it took about $500,000. So to get the band all the way to California to do what they got to do, lodging, food, etc., it's going to be about the same amount or a little bit more. So I hope that this is going to be a great, of course, kind of platform to propel the Boom moving into that fundraising season. So we're going to need all hands on deck because everybody loves Boom, of course, in the JSU community. But however much you can give, once they launch that giving portal, please donate weekly, monthly, whatever you can. It'll be greatly appreciated.
You know what I want to see on a real? I just want to see a SWAC versus MEAC. Give me the top four bands in the SWAC. Give me the top four.
We're gonna give the top 4 bands in the MEAC. That's the whole MEAC.
Hey, I just want to see somebody. You think, okay, give me the whole MEAC.
Right.
The whole MEAC and give me the top 4. But let's put like this: the top 6. Let's do our 6 versus their 6.
And I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna look at the 5th quarter, some of the 5th quarter footage. So we're gonna pause and play that.
Okay. Let's see.
That is phenomenal. JSU looks great. Day sets look great.
Hey, Simone, you don't mind if I stream this to my people?
Give it to him. Yeah. Give it to him.
Do they really want that smoke?
Nobody in the audience feel like they're about
Woo.
Oh, did they really want that smoke?
That was nice. You can feel that heat. What is that, 100 yards away?
Yeah, man, do they really want the smoke, baby?
This what we came for. This what we came for. Yeah. Yeah, come on. Okay. Yeah. What we came for. Yeah. Yeah. Y'all gonna try to penalize us. They gonna try to penalize us. Oh man, that's whack.
See, all these things that you're hearing is why our band culture and HBCU culture doesn't go with this ESPN culture. As soon as they get done, they're kicking us out. It's 9:30. Y'all got to go.
Now, if I were the band directors, because again, it's about the kids and they want to get it all out, take it to the streets, man. Because I'm pretty sure all the fans are going to follow. There's going to be a lot of good clips. And I get it because when you're renting these venues, you only rent them for a certain amount of time. Otherwise, the owner of that venue, they're going to fine you. So, but hey, hats off to all these programs for putting on a great show in the stands, on the field tonight. I just wish it was some more fans. I'm about to wrap it up. I got to run across town real quick. But hope to see, of course, a victory tomorrow by the better team. Honestly, I got to throw a little jab. The Sonic Boom was the only swag man in Atlanta this weekend. So, hey, D, I love Jackson State. Hey, basketball season coming up. Everybody get your season tickets. I'm out. D, I love, baby.
Hey, we appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Did you want to say something before we end the live?
Hey, Braxton, yo.
Yo.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. No, it was a great show. It was a great show. From what I was told earlier, though, they should be coming out with the clips soon. Cole Steele did try to step up to the challenge of the great WT and got waxed pretty bad.
What?
Yeah, I've been and
Oh,
see I'm a former drummer myself. And I have a couple like fraternity brothers that played in Cold Steel, and I always used to tell them it's a difference between a Kevlar head and a normal drum head. See, with a Kevlar head, if you're doing your paradiddles, your flamadiddles, your flam taps, I mean, you can chop kind of easily on those Kevlar heads because they're real tight. And when you're using your sticks, I mean, it's going to give a good bounce. But when you're using normal drum heads and you can actually still chop, that tells the true story. And yeah, they kind of got waxed pretty bad.
So they got the smoke. They got smoked
I
out.
mean, but I've been telling people for years. I mean, WT is just they just on another level because if you listen to their cadences, the complexity of their cadences is what gets me. And I mean, you have to look at stuff like stick height. You have to look at precision, and all you got to do is look at their videos. Look at their videos. But it was a great competition. But if I was judging, I did kind of deduct, and I don't have my blue and white eyes on, because I'm a former bandhead. Well, I'm still I guess you're a bandhead for life, but in those auxiliary drills, I had to deduct like a whole letter grade for A&T, because I get the running around with different formations and stuff like that, but that shouldn't be part of your whole show. So I had to deduct a whole letter grade for that. Because it shows that you can't keep a straight line while marching, and that's big with auxiliary, especially when you're doing like auxiliary drills. So you just can't all the time just run to different formations. So I had to deduct the entire letter grade for that. But my two picks for D2, I'm gonna go with Florida Memorial, and it was JSU by a landslide. If you're a bandhead, casual fan, I mean, it was that wasn't even close. It just wasn't even close.
Somebody said in the chat that they don't believe that Cole still got waxed. They need to see the footage.
I mean, it's fine. That's fine. I mean, Cole's. I mean, like I said, I'm a true percussionist. I mean, I've never been impressed by Cole Steele like that because, like I said, they use like cheat heads.
Funk Squad, because she from Norfolk State right there.
Yeah, I mean, they use. I mean, but see, my thing is, if you can do it on a normal drum head, if you can still play your same music on a normal drum head, like I said, that tells the story. I mean, I'm a former member of the Mississippi Dragons. I played with DCI, and they use Kevlar heads. Yes, but of course, when I was in high school, we played on normal drum heads. So I had to bring my drum, to practice. But then when I got on the Kevlar head, I mean, when we got on Kevlar heads, I mean, the drum rolls and all that stuff, it was very easier. I mean, for those of us who know, true percussionists, we know. Kevlar head, not no disrespect to Kevlar heads because they sound great. I mean, they sound great. I mean, because they playing on that high pitch A. So, it's a real infinite sound. But I'm talking about as far as the actual quality of playing, the complexity of musicianship. How you tell the real story is when you can play that on a normal drum head.
Yep. Hey, this $1 million Funk Squad female say we need to look at the footage. I'm okay with that. I'm gonna go look up on YouTube to find this footage. I need to watch those battles because I'm a $1 million Funk Squad fan and I'm a War and Thunder fan. I like both of the squads.
I mean, it's two different styles. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
It's two different styles.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's two different styles. I mean, you have Cold Steel is more like a DCI kind of drum machine, but and really War and Thunder is more like a drum set. When you're actually playing an actual drum set, because when you listen to them, they sound like just one drum. If you just listen to a drum set and you listen to WT play, you just go back and listen to them again, and you'll be like, yeah, they do. They sound just like, they sound like a drum set. So it's really what you prefer as far as
Absolutely.
the styles.
I like them
It's
both.
really what you prefer. Yeah, but I like both too.
Yeah.
I like both too, but like I said, a couple of my fraternity brothers, we just talk noise
So we're not
because
in band. So there's a difference between being preferenced and being waxed. We don't we don't know that terminology. So if
when
you're
you wax, baby, when you
preference means you got preference means you got beat, but waxed means really
you
bad.
got beat off.
oh no, yeah, they got waxed today. Yeah, they got waxed.
Let's talk about
Yeah, they got waxed.
Let's
Yeah,
talk.
they
Let's
got
talk about
waxed.
$1 million. Let's talk about Cold Steel versus War and Thunder. I'm gonna dive deep into the technicalities. And if Funk Squad female, please call in because I'm not a drummer. I'm a horn player. Please call in if you can chat. So the difference between the two is that these gentlemen have both said that Cold Steel is more of DCI. And one of the biggest differences is that they have tonal bass drums.
Of course.
Right? Cold Steel.
Yeah, they have tonal. They have just tonal. They have tonal drums all throughout. Even
Absolutely.
even with their even with their quints. I mean, it's like I said, they play off. If you go to your piano and you hit a super A, that's what they play on.
Absolutely. And they also said War and Thunder is traditional, sound like a drum set. You got 4 things going on. You got 5 things going on. And that's what I love about War and Thunder. It's traditional. You got these 5 things, and that's it.
I mean, it's kind of like you just running. Like I said, I was, I've been playing, been a percussionist since I was 9. So, that was part of my punishment, of course. But anyway, that's a whole nother story. But yeah, that was a whole nother story. But yeah, I mean, it's 2 different sounds. I enjoy both of them. I enjoy both of them because, like I said, I come from the DCI background, but then I played in Jackson, which, all the Jackson bands back then, we used to mirror the boom. So, I came from both sides of that. So, but I mean, like I said, as far as the tuning, I always love tonal bass drums. I think that's I think it's a very unique sound. It takes a lot of skill to play, especially when you're doing drum rolls coming back and forth through the tonal, through the tonal. So it takes skill to do that. But like I tell people, man, when you're doing chopping, that's a whole, for all you drummers out there, they know what I mean when I say chopping. It's different when you have to do it on a normal snare drum, just a normal snare drum, as opposed to a Kevlar head. And that's just always been my point with it.
So
hey,
hold on.
Hey, Timona. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Oh, so the statement that Ocean 91 said that if you ever watch the old school McFunk box from Prairie View, you basically got the same thing with Cold Steel. They're pretty much one and the same. They pretty much use the same drum style and everything.
Hey, I just want to say to you all both, I'm so glad that you all are doing this type of technical analysis and bands. I think this is sorely needed. I've been wanting someone to really break down these bands and the routines and the technical aspects of it. And hopefully you all can incorporate this in both of your shows for the following season. It's just my suggestion to you both. I myself played in the band. I played the clarinet for about 13 years. And I went to Miami Central High School. And so I played the clarinet for some time. But keep this up. This is great. And Jackson State did wear them out. They got whacked. So bottom line. And I still don't understand why A&T was there in the first place.
A&T is a good musicality.
Hey,
Timona,
I
had to come back on real one last time.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, we have Miss.
Timona, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear everyone, but we have Miss Funk
Can y'all hear me?
who's coming to
I'm
the.
just trying to start some mess. That's all. That's all I was trying to start some mess.
Okay,
hey, you started a mess. You can't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Stay on the line, please. We need all your energy.
Miss Funk
Okay.
Squad, we're gonna give Miss Funk Squad the floor
Okay.
because she's a drummer. Is that correct? Or
Correct. A percussion,
correct?
as we would
A
like.
A
percussion.
professional. Okay,
Hey,
so
wait. But
let me
before she goes,
okay.
b- let me just say this, Miss Fun Squad, please keep it cute because as we know, y'all entire staff, especially the percussion, where did they come from?
First of all, who am I talking to so I know how to address you? Because you already started off wrong with me.
Okay, wait.
Hey, let's just talk about percussion and band and stuff.
I'm just
We
saying
all we all anonymous on
because look,
YouTube.
you know
We just
where I'm
gonna talk
going with
about
that.
band and
So
nerd out on band stuff.
let's keep it cool
Let's just
because I
nerd
know
out
how
on band
Look,
stuff.
I know how Norfolk State people are here in Charlotte.
It's
So
okay.
as long as you know who's on your staff,
Listen,
especially percussion, we're gonna be all right.
percussion staff comes from Norfolk State University. So
William, but wait. Where did William Bethea come from prior to Norfolk State?
William Bethea is not a percussion instructor.
Miss Fun
He's the
Squad.
head band director, but he was your percussion instructor prior to being elevated to band director.
Is not the percussion instructor now. See, I hate when somebody try to tell me about my band that's not in
I'm
it.
telling you that William Bethea, prior to becoming y'all's head band director, he was your percussion instructor, right?
Of course he was, but he's not.
Okay. And where did he come from?
It don't matter where he came from. We talking about right now.
All you gotta say is just
Wait.
inform your wait. Just wait.
Let the sister speak. Let the sister, brother. Let the sister speak. Let her
I gotta
speak.
hear this.
We
Let us
want
speak.
to hear you as a percussionist. Let us hear your opinions.
Well, as far as what happened tonight, I can't really speak on that because I didn't see it. I'm waiting on the footage. But to hear someone say Cold Steel got waxed by WT, I find that a little extreme. Now, one may have been better than the other, but to say wax, that means it's like somebody really got murdered. Like they were dropping sticks, they weren't together, they just were playing horrible arrangements, whatever. That's getting waxed. But for me to hear WT wax Cold Steel, and I'm MD, so I don't have loyalty to either one of them.
What's MD? Wait, y'all talking band talk.
$1 billion phone squad.
Damien is in here, and I'm gonna talk to him directly. Damien, they said WT waxed y'all tonight. That's right. So I'm gonna bring my Cold Steel friends. And
Boy, it's about to get heated. Everybody in
Let
the
me make
chat
a couple of
listening,
phone
it's
calls and
about to
bring my
get super
WT
Hey,
heated.
friends
Tamona,
over
this is
here.
what I was talking about, Tamona. Girl, you need to incorporate this in your show. But look, I'm going to holler at y'all later. I'm going to be watching. Y'all take care, okay?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Dr.
it's been a good
Jesus,
night.
come
Thank you so
here,
much.
set stuff on fire, start some
Hey, you know, that's what I do. I like the match.
All right, Dr.
I got a.
But Miss Funk
All right,
Squad,
let's
we
go.
want to know your background. Just tell us a little bit about yourself and your background as a professional.
Well, I went to Norfolk State University. I've been playing drums since the 6th grade. I am 47 now, so it's been quite some time. I marched in MD. I played snare. I was section leader. I was actually the first female section leader ever of MD. So I kind of know what I'm talking about just a little bit. So I'm not somebody that just looking at stuff and not paying attention to the details. Of course, I'm always going to have allegiance to my school because that's the school that I march with. But I'm not blind. I'm not blind enough to say, oh, nobody can take an L on a day. But just what you're saying, as far as a waxing, I have to see that. And if they did get waxed, then after I see it, then I can say, okay, yeah, they did get waxed. But WT, and I love WT, don't get me wrong. I have a lot of WT friends. I have a lot of Cold Steel friends. But I just don't see WT waxing them. And I just have to see the footage in order to say that. If they wax somebody, I need to see that. Because I'm gonna say it right now in front of all these people that's up here. I do not believe it. I don't believe it. The two different styles is, first of all, it's kind of hard to even judge them because they're two different styles. They're two different styles, but even still, I do not.
Can you quickly explain? Can you explain the style differences between A&T or not A&T, Cold Steel, and then Warren and Thunder? Can you? Well, I'm gonna try to find the footage, but can you please explain the different styles?
To me, WT has that. Well, Cole still has that groove too. They both can be groovy. I do like the groove from both of them. I think that's what makes me like them. They're actually after my own line, my second and third favorite lines. I like them a lot.
Miss Funk Squad, can I ask you about, like, can you help me understand like the multi tenors and then the difference in bass drums? Maybe like the tonal bass drum. Again, I'm a horn player, not a percussionist. The bass drums, because I know Cole. So I was walking with Jackson State, and they Scotch drums like blew on my ear.
Yep.
But Cole still has different type of drums. Can you help me understand that a little better?
Okay, so WT, they're playing like their bass drums are like the same size for the most part, which if I'm remembering correctly, but they normally all play on the same note. So all of their notes are the same. So from drum 1 to drum 8, they're playing the same bass drum part. Cole still has tonals, which means they're different size drums, so it's like a pitch. So they can actually play notes because it's different. It's different size. It's different sounds. So the number 1 bass drum is going to be smaller, and then they're going to grow in size, and then that's a deeper tone. So you can actually play a melody on a tonal bass drum line, but you can't really do that when you're just playing, when everybody's just playing the same thing.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for that. Let me ask you this question about, a lot of people look at bands and drum lines about power. Is there something you can talk about when it comes to power between the two drum lines?
Well, they both can get loud, but I think for power, I would have to give that to WT because they are crazy loud. But A&T can get loud too when they need to because they have those chest centers as well. But I would give power as far as that, what you feel in your chest. I would give that to WT.
Yeah, I've experienced those chest. Not only are there chest tenors, those are the board chest tenors that dig into your gut.
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh, help me. You said Funk Squad. That's Norfolk. What type of tenors do they play there?
At Norfolk, we have tonals. We were actually kind of instrumental in changing the bass drum sound with tonals. We changed to tonals in 80 something. I can't remember, 80 something, whatever. We changed from all the same size bass drums to tonal, and then we dropped our tenor drums all together and just went to the multi-tenors. So it was quads, then it went to quints, and now they play sixes. So so that's the difference. We don't have any type of chest tenors, no floor tenors or no chest tenors. We don't have those type of tenors at all. We just have the tonal bass drum line and the multi tenors.
And for everyone who's on the chat and channel, if you can let them know the difference between a tenor and a snare drum and a bass drum, they may know. And then I'll come in the back end and talk about multi tenors.
Okay. Say that again. You want me to explain tenors, between chest and leg?
The difference between tenors and snares and then leg, as you brought up. Yes, ma'am. Please. Thank you.
Okay. Snare drum is if you're thinking about a song, a snare drum is going to be 2 and 4. So that where you clap your hands, that's going to be the snare. Does that make sense? So like think of any song which is mostly has a beat on 2 and 4, then that's going to be the snare part. If you're thinking about a drum set, your bass drum is going to be the 1. So you're going to have, and I trust that everybody's in here has some type of musical knowledge. So the bass drum, your 1, 2 and 4 is going to be your snare. Your cymbal, your hi-hats are going to get in the middle of all of that. So the snare drum has a more crisper sound, and he was right. The different types of heads make a big difference. The tenor drum looks like a snare, kinda, but the heads are different, and you use different mallets. So you'll use like a softer mallet. It's not like a stick. You shouldn't use a stick like a drum stick on a tenor head on, especially not leg tenors. To me, I think I have seen some people do it, but it just kind of irks me to see that. But chest tenors are the ones that literally sit on your chest and you're playing. I don't know how to explain this. It's kind of crazy. Like the heads are facing out, so like left to right. So if it's you're playing on two different sides. That's the best way to explain it. If you take a snare drum and flip it to the side, it's a head on the top, it's a head on the bottom, and you're playing as a tenor drum player. You are using both sides. On a leg tenor, you're just playing on the top head. It really doesn't make a difference. I think it's just preference, honestly. If that's your next question, as far as what's better, I think it's preference. I personally don't care for tenor drums at all, chest or leg, but that's just because that's my culture. We don't have that. I never played a tenor drum, or I've never been a part of a drum line that had tenor drums because we always had multi-tenors.
Yeah,
and when I was in high school, we didn't have them either.
So Miss Fun Squad, I want to give you mad props, and it's not end of it. And I want to say thank you so much for that. But I want to ask about so some of the parts of $1 Million Fun Squad versus Warren and Thunder. One of the gentlemen, someone else was speaking earlier. I apologize because I don't know the name. Someone else was speaking earlier about Warren Thunder and how their sound is different in the SWAC from the MEAC. If that person is still on the live, can they talk about the difference with Warren Thunder at Jackson State versus what Mrs. I call her by her full name, which is $1 Million Fun Squad. I apologize for calling her by the full name. $1 Million Fun Squad female.
Call me my name.
She got the whole thing, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate it.
Well, I want her
who's talking about Warren Thunder.
Fun Squad. Can you name the top 5 drum lines in HBCU?
Ooh,
Let's hear all of it.
Okay, wait. Okay, so
you get all the shine tonight.
Wait, we're gonna do the top 5,
Yes,
but what
ma'am.
we're gonna do is this. We're gonna let everybody say they top 5, and then y'all can let all hell break loose. So we're gonna start with Funk Squad. Huh?
Can I stream this to my people?
Yep, you got it.
I don't even know how we got here. My school is not even involved.
I just want to know who is the top 5. Like, let's go ahead. Top 5 dead or alive. Who is the top 5 on your list? We'll go with Funk Squad, Jerome, then Mr. Walker, then Doc, and then Jasmine. So go ahead. You got the floor. What's the top 5?
Okay, I'm gonna go my top 5. I'm not gonna go in any order though. So I'm just gonna say my top 5. You didn't say I can go in order, so I'm not gonna do it.
All right.
Okay, so I'm gonna say, of course, my line. I'm gonna say WT. I'm gonna say Cold Steel. I'm also going to say on a great day, I like Texas Southern. I also like Prairie View. Those are the lines that I would watch other than my own. To be honest, other drum lines I really don't watch outside of the ones that I just mentioned. Not saying that they aren't good, but they're just not my favorite. So I would say my 5 again is mine, MD, WT, Cold Steel. I'm gonna say Texas Southern. I don't remember that name. I think it's Funk Train or something. And Prairie View, which is MSD.
All right, I'm gonna jump in. Yeah, I'm gonna jump in. Number 1, Warren Thunder. And the reason why I say that, 1973, they are the creators of so many and influencers of so many other drum lines. So Warren Thunder, $1 Million Funk Squad, man, they're amazing. Got to get them in there. Honestly, man, FAMU, they have like an actual percussion ensemble. And I actually enjoy listening to them play, especially accompanying the band, especially in ballads, because you can barely hear them in the background, but they're kind of accompanying the band. So I love FAMU's drum line. I also like Bethune-Cookman. They got a funky top of DCI style too. So I do like Bethune-Cookman. And the last, I'm gonna give it to Prairie View. The reason why Prairie View, man, they are the originators of what Cold Steel tries to do. And for all of you band heads, that are in the chat, you know what I'm talking about. And plus, I'm from North Carolina. When I was coming up in the 90s and the 2000s, A&T, Cold Steel, they weren't doing anything remotely close to what they're doing now. What happened was they played Prairie View out in LA for the Angel City Classic in 2007. And when they came back, they stole and jacked everything they saw Prairie View do, from the dances to the drum line to incorporating the DCI type of drilling and whatnot. Because at the time, Norfolk and North Carolina Central on the East Coast were the only ones doing that. But yeah, those are my top 5.
I'm interested. I need to ask you about the FAMU being put in a top 5, because honestly, in my 40 years of life, I have never heard anybody say that.
So they're not too flashy. Like when I think about flashy drum lines, Norfolk, they have a lot of sticking, they have a lot of funk and whatnot, and I think it's great, just like War and Thunder. But from a musician standpoint, when the band is playing, their percussion is actually accompanying the band. And a lot of times you hear among HBCU bands, it's like a battle between the percussion and the horns as far as who's going to be heard. But they have and I don't know if you've ever seen like one of their percussion concerts. It sounds like an actual percussion ensemble. Like if you can maybe pull up in your spare time, pull up some YouTube clips of their drum line kind of warming up. I think you'll be impressed.
Mr. Walker, you're next.
I'm just sitting here listening. My top 5. Number 1, WT. Number 2, I'm gonna go $1 million. I'm gonna go with them. I like what they're doing. I like when I want to hear my tonal kind of drum line, I kind of go with them. Number 3, I'm gonna say PV. Yeah, I mean, but they still got to work on their sticking though, to me, because like I said, I'm a true percussionist. I mean, and when we look at stuff like that, if you can't, if you're not good at sticking, to me, you're not even a true percussionist. You don't even need to be on the phone with me even talking.
Absolutely.
If you don't know anything about stick height and stuff like that, then you don't need to be on the phone with me.
That's correct.
Not talking about percussion. Number 4, I'll say Cold Steel. And number 5, let's see. Cause see, I also see another thing with my ear. I listen to drum sections that know how to remain in the pocket. See, that's why I say I'm a percussionist for real. So I mean, and I hear what brother was saying about FAMU, but they have tempo issues sometimes, and they don't know how to clean up the pocket. But number 5, I'm trying to think. I guess you could say Texas Southern. Yeah, Texas Southern. Funk Trainers, they're okay. They're okay. But I like as far as the East Coast, yeah, I'm not even riding no coattails from what I've seen through, different YouTube videos and stuff like that. Yeah, you gotta go with Norfolk. You gotta go with Norfolk on that one. Because like I said, they're true tonal. They're a true tonal section. Very true tonal section. They still, they use the Kevlar heads and stuff like that. So I mean, very true. Even with their seps, their seps actually use normal drumsticks. So that's because you have those Kevlar heads. But yeah, that would be my top 5. But me, I'm big on pocket, and if and not trying to bash anybody, and please, not trying to bring people up, but and talk, because right now we're talking about the band. But the worst pocket you ever want to hear is this drum section called Funk Factor. I mean, they the worst of the worst of the worst of the worst. I don't even know why they even had a time. I don't even know why they even have a drum section sometimes. Because Southern is terrible. I mean, they tempo and then the sound of the sound of the drum is terrible. It's just And I had a lot of friends that was in Funk Factory, and they always used to try to say they had the best drum section. And I was just like, maybe they had the best drum section when I was in junior high, as far as the I guess the complication of their music. We played stuff like that when I was in junior high. So, not even when I was in high school. So, but that's my top five. Like I said, on the East Coast, she's right. Because I've watched you guys a lot, and I like that tonal sound. But all you got to do is use your percussion ears and put your biases to the side. What you need to do is just type in War and Thunder when they're tuning in, when the camera is tuning in on the drum. I want you to watch their stick height. I want you to watch the complexity of the cadences. I want you to watch the actual sound that projects from the drum, because it's one thing to beat the drum, but you have to play the drum. There's a difference. So there's a difference. So I used to play the drums. I didn't. Now, of course, you're gonna play fortissimo, meaning loud.
So we have a fan question. They want to ask about call and response. But before we get on call and response, because you have to explain what that is, because I know you just talked about percussion, you talked about stick height. So I want to
stick height. Okay, stick height. Basically, when the drum line is playing, like say the snare drum.
I know what stick height is. I didn't know that was important.
Okay.
I didn't know it was that important. Like,
yeah.
You got it too, because if you have it too low, it's gonna make the sound different, right?
No. Stick height is great for presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, it's great for presentation.
But she kind of is right, because if the stick heights are different, let's just say someone is playing at 3 inches and someone is playing at 6. The person that's playing at 3 inches, their stick is going to hit the head before the person that's at 6 inches.
Yeah, and then when you have to check your metronome issues as well. So that's just all about, like I said, you got to learn how to control your stick height. Both of you guys are right. But you also have to, check your metronomes and stuff like that. It's real complex. MSD, WT, they make it look easy, but it's not as easy as it looks. It's not, because you gotta hit every note, and then you have to play, and then you got to keep your sticks at a certain height. So that means, and then it also creates uniformity of the sound.
That's correct.
Okay, so they want to talk about call and response, because I guess War and Thunder. Yeah.
I was just saying.
Oh, go ahead with your 5. So Doc, go with his 5, and then Jasmine, go with your 5, and then now after that they want to talk about the call and response. Make sure there's 218 people in the chat. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Thank you. Go ahead, Doc. Your top 5.
So my top 5, in no way, shape, or order. Of course, I'm putting my bias up in there. I'm gonna put WT, and WT 1. I had listened to the $1 Million Funk Squad. Hey, y'all blow me away with everything. With just the sound and everything. Third is Prairie View. I ain't gonna say the Marching Storm drumline. I'm talking about the actual Mac Funk box before Professor Edwards passed away. I'm talking about that drumline right there. Number 4, I will go with. I do like Bethune-Cookman's drumline, and number 5, I will go with North Carolina A&T. But like you said, with when Prairie View played A&T in the Angel City Classic, yeah, you've seen a lot of, when they got back to Greensboro, you see they changed up a whole, their whole deal, and they pretty much copied what everything Prairie View had done. And for an honorable mention, Nobody. I actually like Grambling, chocolate Steel, and Texas Southern Funk Train.
Oh Lord.
Now, if Thornberry put it on there, he said old school Morris Brown. Yeah, prior to 2002, yeah, they was on one.
Yeah.
All right, Jasmine, you want to name your 5? I don't know why, but the North Carolina Central DOA drumline is in the chat heavy. So why y'all didn't say North Carolina drumline? Why aren't they in the discussion?
Because they was dead on arrival when they got here. Dead on arrival.
Yeah, I ain't gonna. Yeah,
what they say? Hey, what they what they say? Time of death.
And see, the crazy part about it is DOA know that's laughable when we actually got tape on YouTube showing that massacre last year. You actually got tape.
Oh my
you know, you can actually just type in. You can actually type that in. You can just go War and Thunder Celebration Bowl, and it's gonna pop right up. Like, come on now, DOA, don't do that. Don't your sexual leader couldn't even stand in a straight line last year. Now, come on now, don't do that. Don't even do that. As a matter of fact, I was there. Come on now, don't do that. And I was standing on DOA's side. And that's how bad it was. I mean, all you got to do is just type it in. Come on, DOA. We had fun with you guys, man. But come on.
Not dead or alive.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Please don't do that, man.
Can I
Don't
touch
do that.
base with the person who said Grambling was on their list? I'm just inquiring as.
I mean, but I mean that would make old school Grambling. I'm not gonna say now. I would also put on there the Bongo Brothers from South Carolina State.
Back in the
day, yeah. I would give them that too.
They're getting back to old bongo y, but yeah, they were pretty. They were something back then, but they had some troubling time. But we're gonna pray that they make it back.
Is this Jasmine? You want me to chime in or?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay,
please.
you asked a tough question because I like a lot of the percussions. So at the top of my list, I may get some flack. Warren Thunder is at the top of my list. Jackson State Warren Thunder is a solid traditional drum line. They got their 5 drums. You got your Scotch, you got your motis, you got your tenors, you got your snares, and then you got the cymbals to bring it all together. That's all they need. That's all they do. And oh my gosh, they bring the power. Warren Thunder. So for 2023 and 2023 alone, I bring up number 2, only for this year alone, the Z528, which is FAMU's percussion. They have been solid. They have been bringing some great.
It's about time.
They have. Hey, everyone, it's about time. Absolutely, yes to that. They have been solid here.
Let me get in after you. I got something to say.
Yeah, no, chime in right now. Let's hear it now.
Hey, can we actually talk about the stuff that matter? Who y'all think got the best musicianship, piccolos, and the best balance?
Oh.
And who the daddy of all HBCU bands? That's all I want to know.
Stay quiet on this one. I got nothing to say.
Oh, yeah, I know.
I'm a Marching 100 alumni. I'm just gonna keep quiet.
That's all I got to say. They already know what's up.
That person made their point. I'm just gonna keep it moving. So Z28 for number two right now, only for the year 2023. They sounded really, really good this year. At the top of my list every year is the $1 Million Funk Squad. That drum line is phenomenal every year, hands down, no questions asked. And at the same tier as them, sometimes they're a little bit ahead, sometimes a little bit behind. It's Cold Steel, North Carolina A&T. Cold Steel's fire. And for the number 5 position, it was really difficult for me to pick out. There were so many great drum lines to pick for the number 5 position, But right now, only because I heard them live and I was there next to them, I'm going to put Miles College for number 4 because they sounded great. I watched the section leader go against Clark, and they nailed all the cadences, and they look really good. They sounded really good. Their tenors in Miles College with the chessboards was fire. Miles College is number 5 for me because I was there in person. And I'll leave it there. There's so many ways this can go. Y'all caught me off guard, but that's where I'm at. I'm leaving it there.
Okay, so that was interesting, but I just would like to point out, I'm not gonna be biased, but I did see that a theme.
Welcome back, Uncle said.
A theme throughout the live for this top 5 is, of course, War and Thunder was in everybody's conversation. I'm just saying.
And so
FAMU.
Welcome back, Uncle said.
FAMU is Southern and JSU's daddy. Does anybody want to answer that? I think we've already.
Sutler Trophy, Sutler Trophy, Sutler Trophy.
That's all right, though.
Okay, so the last one that we're going to go over is, of course, the musicianship. I think that's a really nice question.
That's what we waiting on.
Once again, we're going to start with Funk Squad. I guess we're going to do, instead of doing 5, maybe we should do your top 2 bands, or maybe 3.
I already know who number 1.
For musicianship, we're going to taper it down to 3. 3. So, starting with you, go ahead.
Musicianship. So are we going like arrangements, quality of sound, dynamic ability, all of that? Is that what we're including in this?
Yeah, that could be. Yeah, you can include that all.
I will say this. I'm only going to give one, honestly, and I'm just going to say this as like a whole. And I don't want to hear certain people on this live here losing their mind, but honestly, musicianship, I think Fam got it. They sound like they're the first band that made me cry for real. Like when at the funeral I saw what is on YouTube. Who was it? Somebody passed, and they have a full round sound. I lied. I am gonna give some other ones. You know who else sounds good, but it's just the same thing every year? Bethune sounds good, but they just play the same thing every 5 minutes.
But they don't even leave out Florida like that though. Because you really don't see them like that.
Bethune?
Yeah, because they don't literally they don't leave out of their bubble in Florida.
No, they don't. And Wells wants the money. So
this is jazz, man. And what you just described there is the Florida sound. You said both FAMU and Bethune at the same time. That is the Florida sound.
I don't think I meant that as I wasn't even thinking that. I was just going by the bands. Now, of course, as far as arrangements, I'm going to have to put our band in there as well because we have some amazing arrangements. Jackson State, to me, this year is my favorite band. They're my band of the year. For this year, I just think that they did what they needed to do. And I also think this year that Texas Southern did what they needed to do as far as musically. They fumbled against Jackson, but that was the battle that I was really looking forward to, and they really, really, really let me down. But I just, I guess that's mine. But I do like the Florida sound, and y'all can hang me on the cross. I see y'all in the chat, but I said what I said.
Hey, so you said when the Ocean played went up against the Boom, you said they fumbled the ball as far as in the stands or like on the field or both?
Well, I said Texas Southern and Jackson.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like when you said when they played, when Texas Southern, I think they fumbled. You said they played Jackson, they fumbled the ball.
Yeah, not the field show because I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't watch it.
Okay,
but I did watch the 5th, and because Texas Southern to me has really been on a roll. I don't know if you watched Texas Southern and Grambling this year, but God, no, It wasn't even close. It was so embarrassing. They it was horrible the way Texas Southern did them boys, and they had on t-shirts and sweatpants. And it was horrible the way they did them boys. And I was like, oh my God, when they get to Jackson, it is going to be something. And they didn't. They fumbled it. I think it was song selection. Like they had way better songs that they could have played, and they just didn't.
I like it. I like it.
All right, Mr. Walker, which your top 3 for musicianship?
My turn.
You want to go, nephew?
Who you picking?
You want me to go?
Oh no, no, I was talking to Braxton. But musicianship, the sister was right. I mean, this year, with Jackson State kind of separated themselves this year because Dr. Little and his team with those pens that they have, what lets you know with the musicianship as far as Jackson State is, all you have to do is whatever song that they're playing, you go to the YouTube and listen to the actual song, and it's the same. So, shout out to, the trumpets stepping up this year. The woodwinds are just major. I mean, they fill in those gaps. It's just major. Musicality. I do like Norfolk. I listened to a bunch of tracks they played. Very, very good tracks. Now, what the sister was saying with FAMU, it's a very melodic sound. Very melodic. Like all parts are moving as one. They just coming together like that. And that's how, BCU, all those bands kind of like in that area, they play a very melodic sound, and it all comes together. But those are my top 3. I'm gonna go with Jackson State, Norfolk, and number 3, like the sister said, I'm gonna put Texas Southern in there, but yeah, we were actually at that game, and yeah, they got waxed pretty bad. Like that wasn't the Texas Southern. Matter of fact, they tried to play Black and Blue and got waxed with that, and that's one of their mainstays, and it was pretty bad. So, but those are my top 3. Those are my top 3 bands.
Top.
So number one, I will put Jackson State up there because just bringing out the sound, that sound is it is more crisp. You can actually hear the melody and everything. Like Uncle said, the trumpet was much more cleaner this season than in previous seasons. Especially when we did the at the Me at Swag channel, when we did the Tina Turner tribute. When you play a song, you if you got a whole stadium singing a song, going along with the band, that's unmatched. Number 2, I will give FAMU. Now I will say this: when I seen them last week at the championship game, they had some arrangements in the stands where I was like, oh, I didn't know they could actually. I didn't know they could actually pull that off right there. And then number 3, 3 is basically Norfolk State, and then I would give Texas Southern an honorable mention. And I gotta watch that 5th quarter because other than the 2-player knocking the crap out of old dude in the stands, it still went on beat. I got to see the whole 5th quarter on that. But I did watch that field show because with Brian Simmons coming in from Southern, he changed that, like he turned that whole band around. Um, just like that. So that's what I'm gonna go with. And then I can't really say I want to really say anything about Tennessee State because I haven't really watched them this season. So but that's who I got.
Jasmine, you last.
My turn.
You okay? Who's your
Oh
top?
my gosh, man! Everyone had so many good comments.
Your gremlin.
And oh my gosh, I don't know which way I can go with this. I have it's a committee of us in here now. So uh so I am a band YouTuber and I travel around the nation to listen to bands in person so I can judge them for myself. And no one is feeling me when I say Tennessee State is the band of the year. The sound that Tennessee State had this year is unparalleled. When I was in Clayton County for the Clayton County Battle of the Bands, and I was at the top of the stadium and Tennessee State played, I felt that I was inside the marching band. No other band has done that with me in the stadium. I get that feeling when I'm on the ground with them, but not in the stadium. I've never experienced anything like that before with Tennessee State. Not only did they do that, this is the Grammy Award winning Tennessee State. This is the top notch band that has just won a Grammy, right? That's Tennessee State University. They are band of the year for 2023 for me. Now, right behind them on their tails is Jackson State University. That is the most tested battle hardened band of 2023. This is coming from a Marching 100 alumni. Jackson State battled everybody and knocked them out of the park, with the exception of Alcorn. That battle of the band, that fifth quarter, Alcorn gave JSU a solid L. But other than that, JSU was nice. Oh my gosh, the JSU, what they put on Mississippi Valley State, oh my gosh, that is a lesson learned. Oh my God, that is classic battle. Mississippi Valley State versus Jackson State, fifth quarter 2023. Go watch that. That is fire. And then rounding that up, this was tough. Rounding that up, I think we all said Norfolk State. Oh my gosh, they're beautiful. They're a beautiful band. Norfolk State is a MEAC band, and they're very, very, very musical. And with the notion of the musicality, it is Hot Ice that rounds it out for me. Hot Ice are the dancers for Norfolk, and they are phenomenal. They're very, very very sensational. I can't say the right word. They're good, they look good, and they dance really well. Norfolk rounds out number 3. So that is TSU number 1, JSU number 2, with Norfolk rounding out number 3. Thank you so much, everyone.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so very much. You know what? This was really interesting. This is the first live. Braxton, be quiet. This is my first live having talking about the bands. And so I want to thank everybody for coming on tonight. Make sure that you hit that like button, subscribe, and support the channel. As I stated earlier, oh my goodness, it's time for him to go to bed. Sorry, y'all. As I stated earlier in my live, I am headed towards St. Louis, Missouri tomorrow to bury my grandfather, my son's great grandfather, Grandpa Willie. So, in addition to I'll be using these donations that you guys gave me for this live for traveling. So I will be burying him on Monday. He is he was in the army and he went to Vietnam in the 60s. He was honorably discharged in 64, and so he passed away on Monday. So your prayers are needed for that safe travel, because I'll be having Braxton in the car for 6 hours and then trucking the other 5. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. If you would like, please, please, please make a donation to the channel. And if you did, and If not, just go ahead and subscribe. And thank everybody for coming in tonight. Thank Miss Funk Squad for coming up and giving us the breakdown from that East Coast perspective. Thanks, Jerome Brooks, Mr. Walker, Doc Holiday, and Jasmine. Thank everybody. Did anybody have any last words?
This was so fun. I appreciate it. Let's do it more.
Yeah.
All right.
For inviting me. This was great.
All right.
Hey, it was awesome. It was awesome. Let's do it again anytime.
Hey, we tomorrow, since my sister is gonna be on the road traveling, I will be streaming the game tomorrow morning because it's 11 o'clock kickoff. So y'all tune in tomorrow. And like I said, since you safe travels, y'all, you're my prayers, you're my sister to the end. I don't care what anybody say. as much pettiness that you put out there for everybody to see, you always gonna be my prayer. You always gonna be my sister, no matter what.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So that'll be Doc Holiday streaming the Celebration Bowl live. You said at 11?
Yeah, I think it's
That's
11
so
o'clock.
early. That means they're not even having a parade. Why are they doing it so early? Good Lord.
So yeah, we'll be streaming that. And I'll do that before I head into work tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah, Rusty, you ain't watching it, but you gonna tune in for the free.
And so everybody have a good night. Of course, I'm going to end the live with the best band in the nation, the Sonic Boom of the South. Y'all have a good night.